We can take our car if there isn't room.
The microphone was open. Thank God we didn't gossip. Okay. Okay, I think we should be starting. Patrice, I was looking for you. Where are you? Patrice. Okay, he will come. Welcome to the first panel of the second day of the Delphi dialogues. Two very distinguished scholars will speak this panel. The first paper is by Dimitrios Yatromanolakis, who unfortunately has been down with COVID, so he has not been able to join us. But my dear colleague, Patrice Manilier, has agreed to very graciously agreed to read Professor Yatromanolakis' paper. Dimitrios Yatromanolakis holds a D.Phil from the University of Oxford, a former junior fellow at the Society of Fellows, Harvard University. He has been awarded numerous international fellowships, including the Berlin Prize of the American Academy in Berlin. His areas of expertise include ancient Greek vase painting and art, epigraphy, papyrology, ritual theory, and reception theory. His research and publications have also focused on European intellectual history and history of art, with a main emphasis on the first half of the 20th century, and historical and comparative anthropology. He holds appointments at the Department of Classics, the Department of Anthropology, and the Department of Comparative Thought at the Johns Hopkins University. He is the author, co-author, or editor of 12 books, including Sappho in the Making, The Early Reception, a classic study in the history of ancient Greek lyric poetry, and the reception, the ancient reception of Sappho, towards ritual poetics, Greek mythologies, politics of mythogenesis, art and thought in the European avant-garde, epigraphy of art, ancient Greek vase inscriptions and vase paintings, an archaeology of representations, ancient Greek vase painting and contemporary methodologies, archaic ontological past, pre-Socratic philosophy in European avant-garde, art and thought, and more recently, inscriptions and representations of Athenian vases. Professor Yatromanolakis has recently completed a book on cultural politics in the art and philosophy of André Masson and Georges Bataille. He is currently working on biopolitics and Greek antiquity. So, Patrice, again, many thanks for agreeing to read Professor Yatromanolakis' paper.
Thank you very much, Panayotis, and thank you for being here. I am very impressed and embarrassed to impersonate and embody someone whose actually name is hard to pronounce for me, but it's good because my name is hard to pronounce too, so we have something in common. So we wish him the best recovery. So I was supposed to read the first line, but the first line is in Greek, and my neighbor here is actually very severe on Greek pronunciation. So I will let him pronounce the first line.
So let's see if he... okay.
Nomos Opanton Vasilevs San... No. It's ancient.
Okay, so I can do it. Nobody can do it. So nomos opanton...
Panayonis.
No, I'm going to do it. Nomos opanton basileus snaton tikai athanaton agei tikaion to biaiotaton urestata heri teknai somai ergoisin Herakleos. Okay, now in English. So law...
That was Greek enough.
Okay. Greek enough is like the mother who is good enough according to Winnicott. Yeah, you don't need to be a good mother, you need to be a good enough mother. That's, So in English, with my not good enough English. So law is the king of all, of mortals and immortals, leads them making just what is most violent with arm supreme. My witness is the acts of Heracles. These verses, according to Giorgio Agamben, constitute the archetypal discursive origins of the political thinking concerning sovereignty as the agency of biopolitical power par excellence. Par excellence. This passage contains the 5 first lines of an extremely intriguing Pindaric fragment. It's the fragment 169. I have quoted from Hugh Lloyd-Jones' translation and slightly adapted edition of Bruno Snell. This is not the place to dwell on any textual, critical, or other philological questions, since my main focus today is on the perception of these verses, especially on the sentence, law is the king of all, of mortals and immortals, lead them, making just what is most violent with arm supreme. This sentence as the foundational act, as it were, of biopolitical theory, or rather, of any philosophically inflected discourse about sovereignty in the so-called Western European tradition. In 1933, one of the most sinister years in Europe's political history that saw Hitler's rise to power as Chancellor of Germany, Carl Schmitt, who was to become the Nazis' leading legal theorist and political philosopher, published a book called On the Three Types of Juristic Thought, a treatise on what he defined as decisionist, normativist, individual laws that have effect beyond concrete situations rather than abstract, and concrete institutionalist, wider juridical order mediating, as it were, between decisionism and abstract normativism. So the 3 forms of juridical thought and practice have been defined by Carl Schmitt in this book in 1933. In that work, in which he revised his previous preference for decisionism, which is the emphasis on the individual who takes a decision as though in an institutional vacuum, in the concept of the political, which was published in 1932, he put forward the idea that Pindar's view on nomos exemplified the importance of the conception of nomos as order, Recht, rather than abstract normativism that excludes or rather supersedes human political agency. According to Schmitt's forced interpretation of the Pindaric fragment, nomos, and I quote here Schmitt, nomos, which is a legitimate king, is supposed to embody, must have in itself certain of the highest, unalterable, but also concrete qualities of an order. Pindar's verses and the question are transmitted in Plato's Gorgias. In that dialogue, Callicles, a young amoral politician and pupil of the sophist Gorgias, adduces them to substantiate his view that the nature of justice coincides with natural law. Human-made laws, according to Callicles, operate like spells that bind men into slavery, contrary to natural law, which dictates that the stronger rule and may use violence against the weaker and acquire, or rather seize, as many possessions as they can. That, to his mind, was the actual meaning of Pindar's association of law with violence and justice. It was an ominous coincidence, or maybe a synchronicity, that the Pindaric fragment, as quoted by one of the most unscrupulous proponents of political amoralism in the history of political philosophy, which was criticized even by Machiavelli, so this is not Carl Schmitt, it's Callicles, received its first legal theorization in modernity in the writings of the most prominent Nazi legal scholar and political philosopher, Carl Schmitt. 4 decades after the publication of Schmitt's On the Three Types of Juristic Thought, Giorgio Agamben, building upon the German political philosopher's definition of sovereignty, so the definition that Schmitt gives and that Agamben takes on is, sovereign is a person who is in a position to decide on the state of exception. So he traced the most compact formulation of the essential nature to his mind of political sovereignty to the specific Pindaric fragment. Pindar's poem, Agamben contains in his Homo Sacer, which was published in 1995, captured sovereignty's inherent paradox, since it united justice with violence, thus alluding to the creation of political power at the liminal space, straddling juridical order and its suspension transgression. According to Agamben, this liminality determines the very origin of biopolitics as the prerogative of political sovereignty. In Gorgias, Socrates deconstructs the validity of Callicles' conception of law, justice, and violence. However, in other works, most notably in the Republic and in the Laws, Plato puts forward ideas that seem to promote extreme political pragmatism that verges upon what nowadays we would call racist biopolitics and eugenics. Although not subscribing to Callicles' glorification of sheer power and his version of natural law and of the law of justice, Plato believes that political sovereignty should develop a biopolitical apparatus that would protect the well-being of the community, even by exterminating those individuals whose incurable unjust nature threatens it, and by controlling and monitoring the breeding and raising of citizens in the most rigorous possible way. A deep notional pattern that underpins Plato's biopolitical approach is the analogy between medicine and politics, a conjunction that is also of great interest for the study of the archaeology of bioethical discourses as well. Already in Gorgias, injustice is characterized as nosos. Nosos.
Illness. Correct.
Illness, like nosography. The smooth function of Plato's ideal polity requires that citizens be subjected to continuous surveillance, that is in the laws. It is thus not surprising that totalitarian thinkers are often vociferous advocates of Plato's biopolitics. Nazi pseudo-scholars and intellectuals, while rejecting his metaphysics, espoused his political philosophy. In 1933, that very infamous year, Joachim Bannes published the book, that is German now, Hitler's Kampf und Platos Staat, where Hitler's political vision was systematically compared to Plato's ideal polity. Leaving aside hermeneutic complexities, obviously this is not the time to address them, and their intricate receptions in later discursive context, including modern biopolitical ones, I want to stress that Pindar's fragment and Plato's biopolitics, in different but comparable ways, presuppose that law, justice, as imposed by sovereign agents, and violence, that is nomos, dike, and bia, are, at least occasionally, if not inherently, conjoined. If this idea is valid, as major political philosophers and theorists of biopolitics believe, a number of questions arise about the configuration of the interrelation between the three categories in modern societies. First question, what forms does violence as a fundamental constituent of biopolitical justice since antiquity take in democratic societies today? Incidentally, let me remind you that in one of the most emblematic Greek tragedy, Aeschylus' Prometheus bond, Bia, violence, appears as the personified companion of the also personified Kratos, power, both being cruel agents of Zeus, world's absolute sovereign. how deeply embedded in the broader social imaginary the association of political sovereignty with the concept of kratos, power, is the fact that in the later Greek kratos means precisely and primarily political sovereignty, and an idea which also is preserved in the English terms like autocracy, monocracy, mobocracy, democracy, may I add, idiocracy. Second point, how could demos, the body of citizens, hold and exert sovereignty, political power, and control the types, degrees, and mechanisms of biopolitical justice, decay, and its concomitant violence today? To what extent is this possible? Or to pose a more realistic question, which is question 3. To which centers or agents of authority is kratos, of which the demos has by and large been divested in modern societies, being diverted? If, for instance, Panayotis Roilos maintained in his work on what he calls neo-medieval meta-capitalism, in our days, the political and the social have by and large been overruled by the digitized economic and technological, a development superseding the transition from the political to the social, which Hannah Arendt diagnosed already in the 1950s. The answer to the last question is obvious. The diversion of authority from the political to the economic and the techno-scientific in modern democracy constitutes, I argue, the subtlest and hence most insidious and corrosive form of violence in today's democratic societies. The demos has no say in the teleology, if there is any, of techno-scientist initiatives imposed on it. A major implication of these initiatives is the irreversible mutation of the ontological content and of the ethical, legal, and other ramification of Zoe, not to even mention bios, and then the very object of biopolitics. Here, of course, I allude to the semantic distinction between these two terms in ancient Greek. Zoe tended to signify mainly the natural biological phenomenon of life as such, whereas bios, and biote, a marked and certain life, particular life. As is well known, in post-Foucauldian biopolitical discourse, it was essentially Giorgio Agamben who, building mainly upon Aristotelian thought, developed that distinction into pivotal theoretical axis of his overall approach. To his mind, bare life, which is his alternative term for Zoe, was constitutive of politics through its own ideational exclusion from polis, from the politically organized human community, since the ultimate telos, the final cause of political life, was not the preservation, sustenance of the mere living, but the achievement and promotion of the good life. So it's not mere life, it's the good life. The fundamental categorical pair of Western politics, Agamben writes, is not the friend-enemy, but that of bare life, political existence, Zoe, bios, exclusion, inclusion. There is politics, this is still Agamben speaking, there is politics because man is the living being who, in language, separates and opposes himself to his own bare life, and at the same time maintains himself in relation to that bare life in an inclusive exclusion. I would view Agamben's definition of political life here also as implicit deconstructive allusion to Carl Schmitt's nationalistic interpretation of the emergence and formation of the order of the political as such on the basis of the antithesis between friends and enemies, that is Carl Schmitt's thesis. According to Agamben, who, as I mentioned above, famously adjusts another major notion of Carl Schmitt's political theory, which is the notion of state of exception, to his own understanding of the formation of the biopolitical power, modern democracies have not resolved the tension between Zoe and bios. They have failed to forge a viable link between the two. Hence, the vulnerability to totalitarianism. In contemporary Western societies, the state of exception is not the exception. It has rather become the social political normality, while the domain of bare life coincides with that of the political. This is Agamben's argument. It is on such ambiguities and contradictions that modern democracies are essentially founded, thus floundering between survival and potential collapse into totalitarianism, he concludes. Perhaps the most important and potentially most threatening contradiction that, to his mind, determines modern democracies is the fact that, I quote Agamben, today politics knows of no value and consequently of no non-value other than life. In the 1950s, Hannah Arendt had memorably deplored the overruling of the political by the social in very similar terms. It seems, I believe, that Agamben's definition of the political here is in fact a version of Arendt's description of the social, which in turn may be viewed as comparable to Plato's vision of the ideal constitution. Agamben developed his constructive critique of Foucauldian biopolitics a quarter of a century before the cosmogonic advent of AI and of the metaverse. This might explain, at least to some extent, that his historically more nuanced corrective to Foucault's focus on biopolitics as an exclusively modern phenomena did not manage to go beyond the latter's conspicuous anthropocentric approach. Fundamental ontology and epistemological ideas and boundaries that had for centuries been entrenched and as sanctioned doctrines and unalterable realities into the human imaginary are today subjected to radical reconfiguration and revisions as a result of sweeping developments in many scientific fields, especially in biomedicine, technology, and AI. The very nature of the most basic biological conditions and phenomena that for millennia have determined humans' ontological self-perception and existential positioning towards other human, time, temporality, and the world as a whole, I mean life and death, have been the object of unprecedented techno-scientific experimentations and speculation, and thus rendered rather fluid, potentially transformable, and elusive categories. I would argue that the transition from our millennia-long conceptualization of the most essential biological functions and features of the human, and for that matter of non-human organisms as well, that is life and death, to their radical relativization in our days may be compared to the cosmogonic evolution of humans' conception of their coming into being in terms of biological reproduction rather than autochthonous emergence into life. This is Lévi-Strauss. This is what Lévi-Strauss famously and rather fancifully, he writes, diagnosed as the obscured, mythically articulated epistemological origin of the story of Oedipus. Lévi-Strauss says that the Oedipus myth is about the relation between autochthony and reproduction. For instance, despite commonsensical consensus as to the meaning of death in the case of the human species, its precise scientific definition, or rather the criteria of this definition, not to mention relevant cultural apparatuses, are by no means trans-historically valid. For instance, a landmark point in the exploration of the phenomenon of human death in modern times was the publication in 1968 of a Harvard Medical School study entitled A Definition of Irreversible Coma, according to which it is the cessation of the function of the brain rather than the heart that determines the occurrence of death. Needless to say, that redefinition of death has a great impact also on relevant legal, ethical, religious, and ritual discourses and practices around the world. Recent developments on ongoing projects in medicine, genetics, biotechnology, computer science, neuroscience, etc., some of which have been already prefigured in science fiction, drastically remap humans' functions and possibilities. From interspecies transplants, artificial wombs, engineered intrauterine fetuses, stem cell cloning, to more Faustian initiatives and experimental plans, such as mind uploading or cryonics, have rendered classic pre-Fourth Industrial Revolution conception of humanness obsolete. It seems that some sort of mind uploading, the replacement of an individual's organic brain by a digital one, will not remain in the realm of technological speculation for too long. Even if partially achieved, such a development, like several others, will shake the foundations of many ontological and epistemological certainties, not only in philosophical, but in very tangible and pragmatic terms. Basic notions such as subjectivity, selfhood, personhood, identity, self-perception, bodiness, organicity, and related legal, ethical, social, economic, and political principles and apparatuses will need to be reinvented. The Fourth Industrial Revolution and the concomitant introduction of unprecedentedly complex actor networks, which are networks of continuous interaction between animate and inanimate agents, poses a number of questions about the content, if not the very possibility, of political or anthropocentric governmentality, questions which will become increasingly pressing in the near future. The fact that non-human but humanly constructed devices and networks are invested with agential authority that is diverted to numerous channels, often transactional ones, which may easily elude centralized biopolitical apparatuses devised and implemented by political sovereignty, indicates that the anthropocentric discourses on biopolitics, and typically Foucault's discourse, need to be revisited. This critique has been systematically and constructively articulated by scholars like Thomas Lemke and Melinda Cooper, among others, who have tried to adjust Foucault's approach to a more inclusive understanding of human, non-human, animate, non-animate, agential networks. Technoscientist developments concerning, for example, the possibility of mind uploading or the increase of the production of robots, hologramic entities, and the like, as well as the normalization of their use in everyday life in the not-so-distant future, will inevitably give rise to new realities and raise relevant complex questions in all domains of our activities: legal, ethical, economic, political, social ones. These questions will need to address not only new hybrid forms of human life, but also the very ontological, and for that matter, legal status of Zoe life in humanly constructed non-organic entities. These entities will add exponentially more intricate ambiguities in our societies. New biopolitical principles and practices will be invented to deal with such developments, since the new forms and variations of life that will emerge, or that have already emerged, will create new forms of sovereignty, new agencies of supreme law, of nomos. In an ironic reversal of notional hierarchies, it seems that in our days, the immoral version of the law of nature propagated by Callicles in his misappropriation of the Pindaric fragment is, in fact, implemented with arm supreme by technoscience and its economic apparatuses, by definition agents of the most powerful violence against nature. So the law of nature is implemented by violence against nature. Perhaps the most pressing question concerning today's democracies is whether, and to what extent, the political can protect, or rather reclaim, its sovereignty, its kratos, from the techno-scientific and multifaceted mechanisms of violence and violation of rights of the demos. Thank you. Right in time.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Patrice, for writing Professor Tonolakis' fascinating paper. At the beginning of the panel, I meant to recognize the presence of the Ambassador of France, Honorable Mrs. Laurence Auer. It's an honor to have you with us this morning, Ambassador. We're continuing with a paper by James Fabian, a world authority in Foucault studies. James Fabian is a Rice University Radoslav Chanov Chair Emeritus in Anthropology. He's the editor of Rethinking the Subject, of the second and third volumes of Essential Works of Michel Foucault, of The Ethics of Kinship, of the second edition of Michel Foucault's Death and the Labyrinth, of Foucault Now. He's also the co-editor of Fieldwork is Not What It Used to Be, and co-editor of Theory is More Than It Used to Be. He is the author, among other important books, of Modern Greek Lessons, The Shadows and Lies of Rocco, and An Anthropology of Ethics. He's also the co-author of Designs for an Anthropology of the Contemporary. James?
Η πρώτη γραμμή μου δεν είναι στα ελληνικά.
My first line is not in Greek.
To this conference, which brings me once again to sublime Delphi, and to the company of interlocutors who, I am sure, will teach me, have already taught me, indeed, far more than I will be able to offer them. I begin with an edited epigraph and a prefatory note. The epigraph comes from Pierre Bourdieu's Outline of a Theory of Practice. Orthodoxy exists only in the objective relationship that opposes it to heterodoxies, made possible by the existence of competing possibles and the explicit critique of the alternatives not chosen that the established order implies. And the note, I proceed within the bounds of social anthropology, which in my commitment to it has three features. First, it resists speculation in favor of the observation and interpretation of both discourses and their attendant practices. Second, it applies a critical perspective that operates at a distance from normative engagement. Third, it privileges the dynamic over the static. In what follows, I focus with necessary brevity and considerable abstraction on the current manifestations of what, following but also extrapolating from Michel Foucault, not Agamben, I conceive as a biopolitical triangle. I focus on the triangle within the territories of my native country. I cannot offer anything approaching a full story. I highlight first an increasingly widespread perturbation of the triangle, which I call anti-biopolitics. I highlight second what I call bioetology. I end with an anthropological comment on the delimitations and limitations of democratic participation in a period dominated by the biopolitical triangle, its orthodox elite, and its heterodox opposition being of a dynamic piece. Biopolitics and anti-biopolitics. Security, health, and the betterment of the quality of life. These are the intersecting tangents of the triangle that, to my mind, delimit what Michel Foucault designates biopolitics. Welfare could be used as an umbrella term. Biopolitical orthodoxy has its base in a biotechnical elite, a congeries of experts whose authority hinges on their academic consecration. In the US, one can find them in universities, in research hospitals, and in various governmental agencies, from the higher echelons of the military to such administrative institutions as the Environmental Protection Agency, the Centers for Disease Control, and the National Institutes for Health. They might cooperate with one another, they might enter into competition with one another. Orthodoxies are never uniform. I resist deeming them a technocracy for three reasons. First, they are a dominated elite, as all technical elites are, at least in my native country. Second, and correlatively, their expertise has its broader impact, either through the executive and legislative powers that be, or through its dissemination through established public media. They might best be conceived as a biotechnical clergy, supported by alms and endowments. I conceive of anti-biopolitics as disestablishmentarian. I conceive of it as biotechnically heterodox. Anti-biopolitics is a politics that runs counter to the established modes of veridiction and jurisdiction of the definition and political triangle. Consider security. In spelling out the tangents of the biopolitical triangle, Foucault tended to meld an analysis of security with the boundaries of one or another state. His analysis could have been extended to a broader geopolitics, and now must be extended to a broader geopolitics. Among the other tangents of the biopolitical triangle, internally, but also abroad. all the more so in the aftermath of the Second World War. We visited this in some of the talks yesterday. Closer to the present and within it, American imperialism has contracted yet another marriage with isolationism. The intensification of investment in internal security has proceeded apace. Also consider health. Houston, home to Rice University, where I taught for almost 3 decades, is the locus of the largest complex of medical research and treatment on the planet. It infuses $25 billion into the regional economy. The complex continues to grow. Its clergy has benefited enormously from alms and endowments. Yet for all that it aspires to meet the standards of such major sciences as physics and chemistry, medicine remains a minor science, a savoir in Foucault's terms. Like all minor sciences, it is vulnerable to critique and controversy within its ranks and outside of them. It is a weaker tangent of the established biopolitical triangle as a consequence. In the US, its weakness has resounded loudly of late in the voices of those opposed to vaccines, within and outside the clergy. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. mentioned yesterday a disestablishmentarianism elevated congenially to a commanding position within the regnant executive branch has had a very loud voice. Finally, consider the maintenance and enhancement of the quality of life. In the US, it has become the most tenuous and attenuated of the tangents of the biopolitical triangle. I'll have more to say on this in due course. In construing anti-biopolitics, I appropriate the term disestablishmentarian from the history of English battles over the official suzerainty of the Anglican Church. The Church won. I appropriate it in order to allude to the religious and spiritual tenor of anti-biopolitics in the US, but also to resist labeling anti-biopolitics populist. The latter term, much overused, obscures the complexity of the elaborate array of commitments, explicit or implicit, that motivate anti-biopolitics. Some of these commitments are effectively indifferent to the interests of hoi polloi, even as they might appeal rhetorically to broadly petit bourgeois suspicions of technical expertise, biopolitical expertise included. The working class, the largest component of hoi polloi, is less rhetorically and practically susceptible to such interests and their rhetorical appeal. Yes, many of its members are worried about their security, their health, and the quality of their lives, but many hope for orthodox care, if only they could have it. The middle classes have woven and continue to weave orthodoxy and heterodoxy together into an increasingly multifarious skein, establishmentarian, disestablishmentarian, or skeins weaving the two together. Let me foreground 2 of the longer strands of the skein, both of them multifarious in their own right. The first is the strand woven by the new denominations, which emerged in the United States between the 1830s and the 1870s. Among them are the Mormon Church, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Church of Jehovah's Witness, and the Church of Christ Scientist. I have argued elsewhere that all of these feature the foregrounding of the godly body, no longer the inherently corrupt body of Catholic theology, but instead a body to be cultivated in the light of a God who created men and even women in his own sober image. All incorporate skepticism of contemporary biotechnical authority into their own practical theologies. Mormons reject such stimulating hot concoctions as coffee and tea. Seventh-day Adventists continue to abide by the dietary prescriptions of François Broussais, a prominent professor in the 19th century Académie Royale de la Médecine, who insisted on the central importance of the functions of the digestive tract in promoting health and broader well-being. His writings were within the scope of orthodoxy for a few years, but soon fell out of Orthodox favor, though present-day Orthodox dietitians, probably without knowing it, have come to embrace many of the benefits that he touted. All of the new denominations oppose indulgence in alcohol. The Church of Jehovah's Witness rejects the ingestion of meat not fully cooked and blood transfusions. The Church of Christ Scientist calls for prayer as the most favored and effective means to overcome disease. The new denominations have spread to Europe and beyond it, and in many, indeed most European locales, the members of these denominations have been and still are considered cults, a weird fringe judged perverse by the overseers of many official state churches. In the US, they are part of the religious mosaic. Perverse, that's not a judgment that, as an anthropologist, I can support. The second of the deeper strands of anti-biopolitics in the US dates from the same rough period. It draws on American Puritanism, but also certain representatives of the German and English Enlightenment, on, for example, Johann Herder, and a bit of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Such luminaries as Henry David Thoreau, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and John Muir drew on such precedents in fashioning doctrines of self-reliance and communion with an unadulterated nature as keys to physical vigor and psychic illumination. Hence, the inauguration of the ethos of American transcendentalism. Transcendentalism is the child of the wayward divines of Neo-Puritanism. It touches the visions of the godly body in many of the new denominations, which are petty bourgeois in their beginnings. It now widely inflects the middle classes at large, whatever their religious or spiritual persuasions. Environmentalisms, orthodox or heterodox, are only one of its offshoots, as are many of the heterodox movements thought of as belonging to the New Age. Its relation to biotechnical power and biopolitics is part of a skein of many threads and colors. Suffice it to say that transcendentalism does not always go well with the established threads and colors of the biopolitical clergy. In addition to the new denominations and transcendentalism, let me also foreground a third thread of the skein whose early spindling can be traced to the economic depressions that preceded the Second World War, but come together in its aftermath. From the 1970s forward, its colors have faded. I refer to neoliberalism. I probably don't need to mention that neoliberalism was not an American invention, but the creation of economist John Maynard Keynes and his fellow mandarins in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. Keynesianism was grounded in the conviction that a regulated economy in which all would be invited and enabled to participate was the key to lasting global peace. Deeply disinclined to entertain the wisdom of Marx, they did not sufficiently acknowledge the perennial crises to which the capitalist economy has intrinsically been susceptible. Some of the critics of Keynesianism, not merely neo-Marxists, have had a more sensitive finger on the pulse of those crises, and so on the pulse of the economic circulatory system that has differentially nourished or starved the arteries of the biopolitical triangle. William Davies and John Gain synthesized the diagnosis of a plethora of scholars of what has unfolded since the early 70s, quoting them. Keynesianism, built upon the epistemic and technical affordances of the wartime state, was met by an alternative with similarly programmatic, technocratic, and macroeconomic ambitions. The regime that emerged, pushed by the right, was one that privileged the combating of inflation via monetary policy, the weakening of organized labor, tax cuts on high incomes and capital, privatization of public assets, greater regulatory tolerance of monopoly, and a steady restructuring of the welfare state so as to prioritize work, family, and personal responsibility. In the US, one might superficially name the trend Reaganite and name Donald Trump as heir to and the current flag bearer of the precedent. Biopolitical heterodoxy, feeding security more than health or the quality of life, consistently runs through that genealogy. This said, Davies's and Gaines's synthesis is incomplete in one crucial respect. It does not encompass a consideration of the so-called new social movements. Such movements, whether environmentalist, feminist, pacifist, identitarian, or those concerned with other humans or other than humans, degraded or dismissed, have not established any regime. Their adherents are typically classified as leftist for their advocacy of state intervention into the market, as much as for their advocacy of state and supranational intervention into a civil society not as civil as they think it ought to be. On matters of security, internal and external, they are of a diverse lot. On matters of health and well-being, they urge governmental support, but share with their conservative counterparts an emphasis on personal responsibility, not merely as a political obligation, but also as a characterological virtue. So they're not as classically leftist after all. This leads me to bioetology. Bioethics has many current denotations. Rather than add yet another denotation, I offer a different term, bioetology. In fashioning the term, I appropriate Elizabeth Povinelli's conception of etology, namely the discursive construction of the autonomous, sovereign, and self-determining subject. The subject is a chimera, but of considerable rhetorical power in the contemporary agora. I attach a prefix to the term to highlight the specificity of an ontology, discursive and practical, which is encompassed within the broad reach of biopolitical governmentality. Bioetology and bioetologists embrace the axiology of biopolitics, the values of health, security, and the maintenance and betterment of the quality of life. These this-worldly values have now become the almost universal stripes of the widely waved welfarist flag. Princes may carry or burn the flag. Flag bearers may support establishmentarian or disestablishmentarian biopolitics. But they might also eschew the explicitly political for a bioetological ethics, in Foucault's sense of the term, a discourse and practice of self-formation. The latter are representatives of the intensification of what Ulrich Beck has called individualization, which has been closely in step with the attenuation of the structural support of health and well-being. Beck appropriately underscores that individualization is both normative and axiological. No accident, its flag bearers are led by those who are able to indulge in the now vast market for bioetological goods and services. The middle of the middle classes are their chief consumers. Many take their cues from the biopolitical elite, heeding but also opposing their voices or adapting them synthetically to their coached or autodidactic training. The scope of their investments is vast, as is the market that caters to them. Just one example. The market in the US in dietary supplements garnered revenues in excess of $58 billion in 2023. The world market in supplements is projected to garner revenues of almost $286 billion by 2029, and Americans are projected to be its major clients. Its returns are very lucrative. And here I must add a confession. I take many vitamins and other supplements, some of them authorized by the biotechnical elite and others not. I am a bioetological mix of the orthodox and heterodox, and perhaps many of you here are as well. As promised, a closing aside on democracy. Any conception of the democratic voter as a purely free agent exercising his or her or their undiluted rational interests in casting a vote is an Enlightenment fantasy, another chimera. No such voter exists. We are all creatures of our socialization. Socialization is a loosely cybernetic dynamic which begins shortly after our birth and continues nearly to our deaths. It is a loop in which we spin, even if the loop is less than a noose, even if it is frayed, even if it has its weak points, and even if its weak points allow lines of flight. Current democracy in my native country, as elsewhere, is saturated with any variety of socially conditioned competitive interests. Biopolitical interests and their anti-biopolitical counterparts are prominent. Bioetology, for its part, saturates our projects of self-formation, even if it does not fully determine them. I'm an anthropologist, so I won't speculate on whether a different paradigm lies in our future. Michael did that last night. I just say that I doubt it. Thank you for bearing with me.
Many thanks, James, for this wonderful paper. The floor is open for questions or comments on Professor Fobion's paper, since the other speaker is absent. So I think we'll have around 10 minutes, 12 minutes discussion.
Fine.
Just for your paper.
If you want.
Yes, please.
Professor Fobion, a relatively naive question. A cornerstone of human rights in the US is the pursuit of happiness. Is this something of a possibility for the hoi polloi or just a privilege for the happy few? Thank you.
I've actually recently written a paper addressing precisely that subject and have cast that phrase that occurs in our Declaration of Independence as a euphemism, and a euphemism for a very restricted notion, right? It says all men are created equal, all have the right to the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. Not in fact, and it's never been in fact. The Declaration of Independence was written at a point at which democracy was restricted to male property. The possibility of franchisement was restricted to male property owners. Of course, no, slaves and women were out of the question. It's only really in the past 70 years that women were given the franchise. The franchise is crucial to active participation in the pursuit of these governing values, and so is financing, resources. It is, in my mind, ridiculous to think that our country, as so many of its apologists like to say, is grounded in equality of opportunity. There is no such thing as equality of opportunity in the States. I mean, it all depends upon resources. It depends upon being able to participate in the consumer market, which some people are able to do very, very minimally, and others, of course, not at all so minimally. So, so much for that is my short answer.
So as a matter of fact, in the last 2,500 years, from the Athenian democracy, what you just described, not much has really changed.
I mean,
Right?
I know we're in the cradle of democracy here, but I have also complained about casting the Greek case as representative of modern modalities of democracy on the one hand, but you are quite right on the other, that democracy as we know it is full of exclusions in its modern as in its ancient modalities.
Great, thank you. Any other? Yes, please.
James, I'm over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's good. So I'm fascinated by your declination of the different varieties of the biopolitics, anti-biopolitical, and the auto-biopolitical.
Bioetology.
Bioetology, oh, thank you. The
Yes.
individualist version,
Yeah.
as I'm understanding it. So it seems as if the different variations monopolize the field. In other words, that I mean, to put it crudely, we have something, a form of oppression. Then we have an alternative, which is in some ways worse, and then an alternative that is not, in some ways, not better. I'm not sure if I'm asking you to violate your anthropological viewpoint, but what space do you see remains as alternative that that could escape what seems to be a totalizing field of oppression?
Well, I don't know, like another confession, I smoke, okay? Very bad, right? And so in that regard, I would suggest, given my own example, that the private sphere is effectively the only sphere in which one might cultivate or pursue self-formation, self-abuse, if you want, that may deviate from maybe apostate, not simply heterodox, but apostate from a biopolitical point of view. And to be quite honest, given all the trends we're seeing, I'm not sure there's a space, but I mean, with no intention of apologizing for what's going on at present, there is a significant rebellion against the biotechnical establishment, the biopolitical establishment, particularly in the realm of the governance of health. So I think, without holding my breath, I'm interested in whether or not there is an emergent alternative path or set of paths that people are going increasingly to take. I mean, these people who are pursuing the diminishment of the institutes of health and so on are not exercising powers that are lacking in consent, right? Many people respond very favorably. Look, the present goings-on are marked by profound anti-intellectualism, profound skepticism of biotechnical authority, but not only that. I mean, profound skepticism of Harvard and, finding what they think are good reasons to attack those institutions and deprive them of their alms and endowments as much as they can. But does it also signify an opening? I don't know, okay? So no speculation as an anthropologist, nor as a citizen. I mean, I really don't know, in part because you open up a newspaper every day and something surprising is in it, right, that you didn't expect was coming the day before. So, I mean, I have adopted this self-description. I have become wise enough not to pretend to be wise. Yes.
Γεια σας, καλημέρα. Με συγχωρείτε, θα διατυπώσω την ερώτησή μου στα ελληνικά.
Can you hear me?
Δεν έχει βάλει ακουστικά το κόμμα.
Okay.
It is number 3. It's number 3. It's number 3. Can you hear me? This is the interpreter. Can you hear me? Excellent. Okay. Good morning. Congratulations for your amazing paper. I do apologize for expressing my question in Greek because I feel safer expressing my question in Greece. And besides, my question has to do with security that you mentioned earlier. You said that from the biopolitical triangle, security is a tangent where US and other states place greater emphasis. I wanted to ask you this. Why, in relation to the other two tangents of the biopolitical triangle, quality of life and health, why do the United States and other states place emphasis on security? Why is it? Because this gives us more power? Does this make them more powerful states? And this is what interests them more. So are the United States more interested in having greater power compared to the quality of life and the health of the people residing within the state, within the United States?
And other states around the world promote security over health, etc. And if this preference has to do with their desire to establish their geopolitical power. More or less, that was your question.
So, I don't quite recall who made the point last evening, but I would share an emphasis Professor Wickler, I think, did share with him an emphasis on what Dwight Eisenhower first called the military-industrial complex, a very cooperative relationship that has only been subject to intensification from the Second World War forward. And in the long term, I think has been a unidirectional trend. I don't want to be too Marxist in saying that that complex has taken every opportunity to further legitimate itself. Of course, what happened in the US in 9/11 was an enormous inspiration for much of what has unfolded since in the way of both internal security and supranational exercises of force. But I would say that I would say in short that the Second World War is not over. And that the issues of security and who's one's friend and who's one's enemy and so on are born in their still familiar form in that period.
Okay, thank you, James. Thank you, Patrice, for reading Dimitri Gonlakis' paper. So we're having... So we're having a 15-minute break, which means that 20 plus 15. Okay, so we are reconvening at 11:35, around 11:35. Ah, you hit the question.
Fascinating. I had a question. I had many questions. One was, what do you think of the notion of thanatopolitics?
Well, I think...
tell you something that I made it, that
you forget it. And I will also be here.
Okay, no, that's...
We should be starting. Please come in because the door will close in 30 seconds. This is an executive order.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to this fourth session of our conference, in which Didier Fasson will speak about the inequality of lives as an ethical challenge to democracy, and Timothy Campbell will speak about the uses of democracy, reframing biopolitics. Our first speaker is Didier Fasson. He is a professor at the Collège de France, where he holds the chair Moral Questions and Political Issues in Contemporary Societies, and at the Institute for Advanced Study in the Princeton School of Social Sciences. At the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, he was founder and director of IRIS, the Interdisciplinary Research Institute on Social Problems. He brings his mind to bear on the most long-standing philosophic questions, as well as the most urgent medical and political emergencies. Anthropologist, sociologist, and physician, he has conducted research in Senegal, Congo, South Africa, Ecuador, and France, focusing on health, moral, and political issues. He has given a set of distinguished lecture series, including the Tanner Lectures at Berkeley on life, on punishment, the Adorno Lectures in Frankfurt on life, and the Eric Wolf Lectures in Vienna on conspiracy theories. He is the recipient of the Numis Distinguished Scientist Award, the Gold Medal in Anthropology at the Swedish Royal Academy of Science, and the Huxley Memorial Prize of the Royal Anthropological Institute. He is also a member of the American Philosophic Society. He is former vice president of Doctors Without Borders, and he is currently the president of the French Medical Committee for Exiles. He has edited many collections, over 30, and has also written 20 books which have been translated into 11 languages, including recently The Will to Punish, Life, a Critical User's Manual, Death of a Traveler, a Counter-Investigation, and most recently, Moral Abdication, How the World Failed to Stop the Destruction of Gaza.
Thank you, Hélène. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be in this historical site of Delphi. And being here is also meaningful for me, as Greece was the first country to translate my most recent book on which my talk is grounded. It was published at Politeia. Notwithstanding the etymology of the word, biopolitics, as it is defined by the inventor of the concept, Michel Foucault, is not a politics of life. It is not about politics, but about government, and it is not about life, but about populations. Biopolitics is the government of populations, that is their regulation and normalization, which were deployed from the 18th century on, according to the French philosopher, through new knowledge, such as moral statistics and public hygiene, and new practices, such as family planning and migration control. So, what could be a genuine politics of life? And how can it be related to democracy? This is what I would like to address today. A politics of life is concerned with the way in which lives are treated by society. I will limit myself to human lives, but we could also envisage the life of animals, plants, and even the planet. From a democratic perspective, the question of equality is crucial, and I will therefore focus on its inverse, the inequality of lives. It is a theme that has a general import. I have reflected on it for a long time, and it is indeed a broad field of research in demography, epidemiology, sociology, but I would like to reopen it from an anthropological perspective. It is almost always studied in peace times. I want to shift it to war times, limiting my analysis to a specific case which is not directly about Europe, although Europe has had a major implication in it, not just now, but in the past 100 years. That of the war waged by Israel on Gaza. But is this the adequate way to designate what is going on there? This is not a war, says the Palestinian poet Shorouk Mohammed Dokmush. But she does not find a name that would tell such devastation of a territory and massacre of its civilian population. What is life? In the human condition, Hannah Arendt reflects on the meaning of the word going down to its most elementary distinction. On the one hand, she writes, life is the time interval between birth and death, which follows a strictly linear movement whose very motion nevertheless is driven by the motor of biological life, which man shares with other living beings. On the other hand, she continues, life is always full of events, which ultimately can be told as a story, establish a biography. And this, no matter how accidental or haphazard the single events and their causation may appear to be. The distinction between life as biology, the period from birth to death, which is shared with animals and plants, and life as biography, with events to be told, which is specific to human beings, I want to explore it and complicate it. She slept on her bed, never woke up again. Her bed has become her grave, a tomb beneath the ceiling of her room, writes the Palestinian poet Mossab Abu Toa. Indeed, in Gaza, when one thinks about biological life, death, more than birth, is relevant. How deep is the mortality gap in wartime? The last two military interventions conducted by the Israeli army in Gaza have been particularly revealing in that regard. According to the data collected by the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem, during Operation Cast Lead in 2008, the ratio of victims was 255 to 1 among civilians, while 318 children were killed in Gaza and none in Israel. During Operation Protective Edge in 2014, according to figures from the Independent Commission of Inquiry of the United Nations Commission on Human Rights, the ratio was almost the same, 244 to 1 among civilians, with 551 children being killed in Gaza and 1 in Israel. With the ongoing Operation Swords of Iron and its extension over time, while the number of Israeli civilians who have been killed is precisely identified, 725, including 36 children, the number of Palestinian civilian casualties is unknown. When deaths are not counted, it means that lives do not count. The only figures available are those of the Ministry of Health in Gaza, 55,000 casualties for the moment, with an estimated proportion of civilians of 80%, according to independent organizations. That is about 44,000 deaths. However, this number is extremely underestimated for two reasons. First, it only counts bodies found and identified, leaving out those buried under ruins whose corpses disappear in the rubble, removed by Israeli bulldozers, or thrown into mass graves by Israeli military, several of them having been found. Second, it only includes deaths that are the direct consequences of the war without consideration for those indirectly due to the war caused by malnutrition, dehydration, infectious diseases, and absence of medicines. Epidemiological evaluation carried out by the Watson Institute at Brown University on mortality in excess caused by wars waged by the United States in Afghanistan and Iraq established that the number of indirect deaths due to economic deterioration, food insecurity, infrastructure destruction, environmental contamination, the development of epidemics, infrastructure, the devastation of the health system was 4 times greater than the number of direct deaths. All testimonies of humanitarian organizations indicate that the situation in Gaza is much worse than what has been seen elsewhere because of the famine, the injuries, the destruction of hospitals, and the interruption of preventive programs, suggesting that the difference between registered and actual death will be significantly higher. But even taking the conservative assessment, the number of Palestinian civilian casualties would be around 220,000, that is 300 times more than Israeli civilians killed, the equivalent to 1 million deaths in Greece. The number of children killed could be 85,000, that is 2,300 times more than Israeli children. This ratio is unprecedented. According to the United States, more children have officially died in Gaza during the first year of the war than in all the conflicts in the world in the previous 4 years. It is therefore troubling that statistics of Palestinian death would be deemed suspicious by Western governments and mainstream media, when in previous wars, figures provided by Palestinian authorities have corresponded to those established by independent inquiries. For war victims, this questioning of their number is a double punishment. Their life has been taken, their death is denied. In my despair, I remember that there is life after death. But I ask, oh my God, is there life before death? Asked the Palestinian poet Mourid Barghouti. Indeed, there is a life that has been lived before being destroyed by bombs, gunfire, tanks, famine, and it must also be accounted for. The macabre arithmetic that I just mentioned only restores part of the reality which it tends to render abstract. It misses the events that fill the existence and ultimately not only can be told, but should be told. As claimed by Palestinians, their life cannot be reduced to the moment of its disappearance through the mere reference to mortality data. We Are Not Numbers is the name of a project created for the children of Gaza in 2015 within the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor Organization. It aims to make the voice of Palestinians heard other than via statistics. For, I quote them, numbers are impersonal and often numbing. The deepest inequality is probably that of lives as they are lived. Throughout their existence, the experience of most Palestinians in their relationship with the State of Israel and its agents is one of exclusion, discrimination, belittlement, obstruction, destruction of their fields and houses, subjection to the violence and arbitrariness of authority. In Gaza, they have been under siege in the past 18 years, and they are mostly peaceful demonstrations during the 2018 and 2019 March of Return resulted in 214 killed and 36,000 injured, including 8,800 children, some of whom will spend the rest of their existence maimed. In the West Bank, they are at the mercy of settlers who attack them, take their land, torch their houses, kill their cattle, tear apart their olive trees, all under the protection of the army. They are deemed disposable in two senses. They are at the state's disposal. They can be arrested at any time without a reason being given, imprisoned without charge, and where applicable, used as bargaining chip in negotiation, a practice that has been validated by the Israeli Supreme Court. And they can be disposed of. They can be shot dead or mutilated, generally with impunity, as the Israeli government threatened the Palestinian authorities with reprisals should it bring any complaints about its violation of the law before the International Criminal Court. But occupation is not only that of the territory, it is also that of the five senses in anthropologist Nadira Shalhoub-Kevorkian's words. Thus, on various occasions, the police have sprayed the walls, streets, and schools of the Arab quarters of Jerusalem with putrid water, whose odor was so revolting and persistent that the inhabitants could no longer go out, students had their education interrupted, and the contamination penetrated people's very body. Also, there is the permanent presence of surveillance and attack drones, whose relentless buzzing is a disturbance, reminding the inhabitants of their status as a dominated population. However, most Western mainstream media virtually never refer to this reality, or have not done so, at least for the first 15 months of the war. It has often been said that the media silence on what residents of Gaza were living through was due to problems of access, given that the Israeli army prohibited the presence of foreign journalists. It is true. Yet, reports were written, testimonies were gathered, images were produced by Palestinian journalists who risked their lives in doing so. But Western mainstream media did not use these sources by fear of being accused, as they told me, of anti-Semitism, if they showed the level of brutality and cruelty reached by the Israeli army. Their reporters have told the stories of freed Israeli hostages who complained of hunger during their captivity in besieged Gaza without mentioning the blockade imposed on the territory. But they have not listened to the Palestinian civilians released from Israel's prisons and camps after being humiliated, starved, and tortured there. They have related the fears of Israeli school children near the border with Lebanon, obliged to take refuge in shelters when the sirens sound. But they have ignored the anguish of Palestinian children who have nowhere to find protection from the bombs that destroy the tents where the army has displaced them. They have interviewed Israeli surfers on the beach of Tel Aviv who explained that this activity calmed their anxiety in the wake of Iran's dispatch of drones and missiles. But they have been content with one sentence to merely recall the number of dead Palestinians in Gaza without speaking of the experience of women who can no longer breastfeed and children with nothing to eat. In the words of Palestinian poet Nima Hassan, a mother in Gaza is not like all mothers. She makes bread with fresh salt from her eyes and feeds her children to the homeland. A number of media outlets have thus opted to humanize the Israelis, which is legitimate, of course, but not the Palestinian, which is unjustifiable. Thus, they reported at length on the alleged success of the military operation to free 4 Israelis held in a refugee camp on the 8th of June 2024, and on the demonstration of joy when they were welcomed in Tel Aviv, mentioning only in passing the human cost of the rescue for the Palestinians: 274 dead, almost all civilians, massacred on a market, including 64 children and 57 women, and 700 injured. Mainstream media spoke of the liberation of the hostages. For independent media, the episode became known as the Nuseirat massacre. Generally speaking, Palestinians' everyday resistance in the face of adversity and their demand to live in peace have been concealed to Western publics. There is an Arab concept often used to define their reaction to the ordeals of Israeli occupation and oppression, sumud, which signifies their tenacity, their perseverance, their ability to continue to live in a dignified way. Since 7 October 2023, the selective attention that has excluded them from the news has made it completely impossible to know them other than as alleged terrorists or impersonal victims, as deplored by Palestinian poet Mohammed El-Kurd in a recent book. A veil has been drawn over their despair at having been abandoned by the international community. The events of their lives have not been told. Even naming their experience was censored. In a memorandum sent to the New York Times journalists at the start of the war, the editors asked them to restrict employment of the words, of course, genocide and ethnic cleansing, but also to avoid speaking of refugee camps replaced by neighborhoods, and to mention Palestine as infrequently as possible. They further indicated that unduly emotive words such as horrific, massacre, slaughter should be replaced by factual descriptions, a recommendation that did not, however, apply to characterizing 7 October attacks. According to a study of the language used to describe victims on both sides in 3 of the country's main newspapers, New York Times, Washington Post, and Los Angeles Times, after 3 months of war, the word horrific appeared 9 times more often to qualify Israeli death than Palestinian ones. Massacre 30 times more often, slaughter 60 times. But it was not just their suffering that was not recognized, it was also the meaning of their death. It was said that Israelis were killed as Jews and thus denied their humanity, while the killing of Palestinians was involuntary in the context of a military operation against an enemy. This meant, on the one side, rejecting Hamas' claim that its attack had been against an enemy that has deprived the Palestinian population of its land and its rights for decades. And on the other, ignoring the statements made by the Israeli political leaders and military officials, denying the humanity of Palestinians, equating them even with animals to be annihilated. In fact, this rhetoric is that of the Israeli government to justify its unfolding mass murder of the population of Gaza. It has a Hebrew name, Hasbara, the propaganda which has been theorized to improve the image of the country. On the one hand, it affirms that the assault against Israel was purely anti-Semitic, calling it a pogrom, thus erasing 75 years of colonization and oppression of the Palestinian and authorizing the most murderous reprisal against them. On the other hand, it claims that the mass killing of civilians corresponds to unfortunate accidents, which it tries to avoid when testimonies of soldiers and investigations of independent journalists, as well as the very dropping of 1-ton bombs in areas where people were sent to take refuge, indicate the deliberate will to decimate them. there is a final form of inequality which has to do with the relation between the living and the dead, between those who remain and those who disappeared. After the national homage by the government to the French Israeli citizens who died on 7 October, a former French president considered that no similar ceremony could be envisaged for the French Palestinian civilians who died during the war on Gaza. Because he said a distinction had to be made between being killed in defense of a way of life in the first instance and dying as a collateral victim in the second. In other words, some lives are worth being grieved while others are not. The disparity between these two valuations of life is most blatantly displayed in the difference between the ability of Israeli families to bury their dead in a dignified and ritual fashion, notwithstanding, of course, the terrible reality of corpses sometimes burned to ashes or dismembered by explosions, while Palestinian families, for them, it is impossible to do so, either because the bodies are rotting under a mass of fallen rubble before sometimes being obliterated by mechanical diggers, or because there are too many corpses which disappear into mass graves for want of space in cemetery that have been devastated by bombing, or because the Israeli authorities refuse to return the remains of their loved one to families. I could write a poem with blood, with tears, with the dust in my chest, with a bulldozer's fangs, with the body parts. Thus, Palestinian poet Youssef al-Khidra exorcises the horror of the killing. To conclude, many of those who across the world have demonstrated to demand a ceasefire and a just peace were expressing their refusal of this inequality in lives. But political and media discourse has never reported the mobilization in such terms. That is, the Palestinians' right to life as opposed to death, and their right to a good life as opposed to unfreedom. The situation has been described as the confrontation of a pro-Palestinian camp and a pro-Israeli camp, when people demanded a stop to the slaughter simply because you do not kill innocent people, when they called for an end to the total siege simply because you do not starve human beings, when they condemned the devastation of hospitals simply because you do not deprive the sick and wounded of medical care, when they criticized the destruction of schools and monuments simply because you do not strip a people of its culture, its history, and its future. The media could not imagine a different camp, that of life. Biological life as a right to live, rather than death for destiny, and biographical life as a right to a dignified life rather than oppression. The politics of unequal lives in Gaza has left most of the world, or at least its public voices, that of government in particular, indifferent. In fact, Western countries have consented to the mass murder as a just retribution and supported the executioners with diplomatic encouragement and heavy weaponry, even repressing the dissidents of those who condemned or merely alerted on crimes being committed. It is often heard that there is now the beginning of a shift, and that their leaders express a certain concern about the total war waged by Israel, perhaps because they are moved by the images of starving children and desperate mothers being shot by the army while queuing at food sites. Or perhaps also because they realize that the International Court of Justice might call the massacre a genocide, that under the 1948 Convention on Genocide, they may be accused of complicity. Their unconditional backing of the war has turned into prudent disapproval. think that yesterday, at a time when the international agencies of the United Nations in particular, and renowned experts on mass murder, are describing the situation as a genocide, the European Union pusillanimously stated that, quote, there are indications that Israel is breaching human rights obligation in Gaza. But until now, this has been just words. There has been no action, and the politics of unequal lives becomes every day more tragic. In one of her last poems, before she was assassinated by the Israelis on the 20th of October 2023, the young poet Iba Abunada thus expressed her sentiments: how alone we are. This is an age of insolence, and no one will stand by our side. Never. Poems, indeed, represent the only space of liberty left to Gazans to tell the world about their life and death. Thank you.
Thank you for that paper. I'm sure many of us have questions or thoughts, but following our usual practice, we'll listen to our next talk before having an open session of questions. Timothy Campbell's talk, again, is on the uses of democracy, reframing biopolitics. Tim is professor of Italian in the Department of Romance Languages at Cornell University. Like Didier, Tim's work moves elegantly across multiple disciplines that are often thought as wholly isolated from one another. He works at the intersection of contemporary Italian thought, biopolitics, and media studies. His scholarly work includes translations of Roberto Esposito's Biopolitics and Philosophy, as well as Communitas, the Origin and Destiny of Community. He has also translated Carlo Diano's Form and Event. Campbell also serves as editor of the Commonality series at Fordham University Press and co-edited Biopolitics, a reader. His own authored books include Improper Life, Technology and Biopolitics from Heidegger to Agamben, and Techne of Giving, Cinema and the Generous Forms of Life. His most recent work, The Comic Self, Toward Dispossession, was co-authored with Grant Farad. Tim is currently completing his next book on the city and planetary government. Please welcome him.
Thank you all. My thanks to Professor Roylis for the invitation to be here, and a special thanks to Athena Gozzi, who has been terrific in finally bringing me here and for having my Delta adventure come to a reasonable end. So many thanks to her. In his recent book, In Writing, the British psychoanalyst Adam Phillips wants to find a way to affirm literature without defending it. Because as many of us know who reside in the United States, to be on the defensive about any subject, very nearly anything, means to already be losing the argument. If I had read Phillips before the pandemic, I might not have immediately thought of democracy when reading his observations about literature. That I can today speaks profoundly to the oft-noted weakening of democracy and its institutions. Be it literature or democracy, it's easy to make each sound like, as Phillips puts it, that they're on life support, or accept that the defense of an institution means willfully exaggerating its meaning and importance. For Phillips, the answer to the defensive crouch of literature is that it simply does not appeal to enough people, that not enough people actually like it, like literature. Could the same be true of democracy, liberal or otherwise? Or to pick up a term that Phillips adopts from D.W. Winnicott, uses it. I will follow up on this possibility in my paper by asking what it would mean to think democracy as an object to be used, or more broadly, to ask, what is democracy good for? To be clear, this paper is speculative and by no means offered as fully worked out. To answer these questions, however, we need to be clear about how we find ourselves in a situation in which reminders about the merits of democracy are needed. Part of the answer, though by no means the only one, will be found in the first term of these dialogues, biopolitics. Biopolitics is the academic Helen, the term that launched 1,000 dissertations. And so any definition will likely be too narrow. And we might say the same thing about democracy. Still, at the end of the last century and at the beginning of this one, it describes the reciprocal influence of these two lexems that make it up, bios, or life, and politica, or the affairs of the city. It names the moment, or series of moments, when politics becomes interested in populations, in their lifespan, the natality rates, along with the tracking of health and sickness. It has a long history, or better, genealogy, as Michel Foucault would have put it, who in a series of writings and lectures running from 1976 to 1984 laid out what he saw as its basic features emerging out of a changed context for governments at the end of the 18th century. One quotation from Foucault continues to be cited, becoming a kind of shorthand for its ultimate meaning. And here's the quote, and I'm sure you all know it almost by heart. Quote, "One might say that the ancient right to take life or let live was replaced by a power to foster life or disallow it to the point of death." End quote. The ancient right will be called sovereign, the rule that allows the king to put to death a subject or to let them live. The second half of the formulation is not, however, a right, but a power. Biopolitics will be the name given to a power that fosters or disallows life. The key distinction will be found in life that is merely an object that can be taken or left unknown, and life as the object that can be fostered or disallowed. Its principal features will be using politics to create conditions in which life can grow, can flourish, or can be left to die. Foucault will, in other writings, observe that biopolitics does not appear out of nowhere, that it is intimately connected to the appearance of what he calls a politics of health, which made the well-being of society one of the key objectives of political power in the 18th century. The appearance of a politics of health precedes biopolitics, and it is that which made the well-being of society one of the essential objectives of political power, and which will later mutate into the care of the self. Here's another quote from Foucault, slightly longer. "The public good refers in a positive way to a complex material field that encompasses natural resources, manufactured goods, their distribution, the extent of commerce, but also the development of cities and roads, living conditions, housing, nourishment, the number of inhabitants, their longevity, their health, and their aptitude for work. And this public good must not be expected from a government that would be only wise, limiting itself to respect for the law and tradition. It could not be obtained without interventions or without a subtle game of interventions and liberties that must be calculated according to a specific expertise or knowledge. It required a whole set of management techniques." End quote. It's only a small step from a politics of health to a politics of and over life. And it's Giorgio Agamben who first unearths the biopolitical mechanisms, or dispositifs, as they're often referred to, that produce homo sacer, those who can be killed without any worry about the legality of ending their lives. In Foucault, as well as Agamben and those writing in their shadow, one finds a continual tension, if not outright dissonance, between biopolitics and democracy. A significant source of this tension arises between the well-being of the state and its people, which will be translated frequently as demands for protection, as opposed to demands for participation, say. More recently, Donatelli di Cesare speaks of an immunodemocracy in which the citizen prioritizes their own security, which leads to an undermining of democracy and, this is to quote di Cesare, its reduction to a system of immunity, end quote. These thinkers highlight what gets lost when biopolitics collapses political and ideological distinctions in favor of a universalizing term like life. Protection, not participation, as de Cesare puts it, and she is not alone here, Mbembe, of course, comes to mind as well, depends on creating and maintaining death. That is, the exploitative and extractive relations with other humans, and indeed the planet itself. Democracy is either devolving to a system of immunity and exclusion, or it's continually teetering on the edge of a state of exception such that there is no fostering of life that does not also depend upon the disallowance of other lives, many not human at all. If the question that biopolitics poses is how to foster life and disallow it, then democracy, and especially its contemporary liberal form, will be seen as no way excluded from biopolitical critique. Its weaknesses lie in precisely its silence on the ethical price societies pay in terms of those whose lives are fostered and those whose lives are disallowed. This feature of biopolitics as a form of political realism is one that has not been remarked upon enough. Monarchies, oligarchies, democracies, republics, as well as tyrannies can be biopolitical. They are biopolitical. No form of government can provide sufficient defense against politics' use of populations, which employs life as the primary object of its schemes. Any form of large-scale political association cannot be disassociated from it. The genie is out of the bottle, so to speak, when it becomes possible to imagine governing things and people as things, as units of life, of production. No form of government can provide sufficient defense against politics using populations and life as the primary objective of its schemes, its actions, its laws, its norms. In a later essay, Foucault seems to sense this when he observes, quote, "The finality of government resides in the things it manages and in the pursuit, in the perfection and intensification of the processes which it directs. The instruments of government, instead of being laws, now come to be a range of multiform tactics. Within the perspective of government, law is not what is most important." End quote. All the accoutrements of liberal democracy, its voting, its political parties, its candidates, the rituals of democratic life do not matter, as they have little to say about this singular change, how to govern life by focusing on collective bodies and populations as things, as subject to calculation. How then are we going to meet the challenges that biopolitics presents to democracy? If there are only biopolitical forms of government that foster and disallow life, then where might we turn in order to imagine a form of politics that does not wind up where all biopolitics leads, namely to only managing populations? The first step is to redescribe democracy in such a way that it might resist the biopolitical models of governance that read everything and everyone through the lens of life, that divide life, and that transform people into things. The second will be to consider the psychological conditions that make certain forms of political life possible, ones not limited to those fostered and those abandoned. To say this somewhat differently, is it possible to think democracy as structuring life without the use of populations? I began this paper by noting how Adam Phillips speaks of the uses of literature, and so I want to circle back to a concept of use in a context of contemporary political life. One thinker who interests me in this regard is psychoanalyst D.W. Winnicott and his writings on object relations and object use, and with it the distinctions he draws between use and its contrary. For Winnicott, writing about infants and the relation to the mother and the good breast, of utmost importance is the shift from relating to using. Here's a classic passage from Winnicott, quote, "Object relating is an experience of the subject that can be described in terms of the subject as an isolate. When I speak of the use of an object, however, I take object relating for granted and add new features that involve the nature and behavior of an object. For instance, the object, if it is to be used, must necessarily be real in the sense of being part of a shared reality, not a bundle of projections. It is this, I think, that makes for the world of difference between relating and using," end quote. To be clear, when Winnicott speaks of the subject as an isolate, he's referring to the state of the subject as they relate to the object. They act as if they are alone, with no contact with external reality. Feelings, but especially fantasies, are projected onto the object, which for Winnicott means that they are relating to it as a version of it that they believe they possess. The object does not exist independently from the subject. Indeed, they are separate, or in Winnicott's formulation, isolated from shared reality. This is not to say that the objects have no meaning to the infant or the isolate subject, who relates to them in projection and identification. Indeed, something of the subject is found in the object in these processes. In a powerful turn of phrase, Winnicott will say that the object is enriched by feeling. To move from relating to using requires that the object be genuinely real, as this is the condition for sharing reality. Winnicott does not say much about the experience of use, but what he does say is telling. And most importantly, there is frustration, but there is also surprise. Of singular importance, though, is his observation that the shift from relating to using will in large measure depend upon the creation and maintenance, of what he calls a facilitating environment. Thanks to the facilitating environment created by the good enough mother, an infant will no longer perceive the object as an external phenomenon that is there at all times, but now enjoys an existence in its own right. Interestingly, the change from relating to using requires that the subject destroys the object, and that the object survives. The horizon for the object's destruction, we remember, is the fantasy that the isolate subject omnipotently controls the object. When the object returns after its destruction in fantasy, and we recall for Winnicott, the principal object is the mother's breast, it can be used because for the infant, it exists beyond its control. So, on the one side, there is a life in the world of objects that can be used. On the other, there is a life, a life lived in a world of relating, a world of control and the projection of omnipotence. Winnicott will translate this move variously across his writings, and as you might expect, some of his translations are problematic. For instance, in an essay written right at the end of World War II, entitled Some Thoughts on Democracy, he flatly states that democratic societies are healthier and more mature than others. That is, quote, the quality of individual maturity which characterizes its healthy members, end quote. He continues, quoting again, in this society at this time, there is sufficient maturity in the emotional development of a sufficient proportion of the individuals that comprise it for there to exist an innate tendency towards the creation and the maintenance of democratic machinery, end quote. Given the connection he will draw between use and emotional development and maturity, he's merely substituting one form of health for another, one more mature, one less mature. However, his suggestion lingers that individuals in such a democracy can create and maintain the machinery of government because they do not simply relate to it, but because they use it. For the members of Winnicott's democracy to share a reality that is external to their attempts at controlling, they must grow out of merely relating to it. Winnicott's account of democracy is not an outlier. It's typical of any that applies developmental metaphors to politics. But his insights do have the advantage of meeting a biopolitical critique head-on. Healthy democracies, or good enough democracies, we might say, will be those in which subjects no longer only relate to objects as if they were within their omnipotent control, but rather can be used because these objects have an existence apart from the subject's fantasy. There is a shared reality with others based on use. Democracy, and here I'm obviously extending Winnicott's terms, would name the society in which individuals have developed a capacity to use objects, and that these objects are recognized as beyond a subject's control. They will include people as they exist independently of another's control and fantasy, and they would also include, presumably, what Winnicott refers to above as the machinery of democracy, or what Foucault had earlier referred to as instruments of government, or perhaps dispositives. How can we map Winnicott's distinction between relating and using onto our understanding of biopolitics? First, it provides us with added details on how biopolitics governs populations. Yes, it manages populations and things, but it does so by positioning these same subjects in such a way that they relate to other lives and other subjects as well as the same instruments of government, as if they do not form part of a shared reality. Here I'm reminded of those pages that Balibar dedicates in Citizen Subject to reading Hegel's elaboration of Die Sache selbst in a context of the citizen who lives as typical of what Hegel will name as, quote, individuality that knows itself to be real, or that has the concept of its reality within itself. In other words, as a living individuality, end quote. A living individuality that enjoys a constitutive relation to reality might find an echo with Winnicott's reading, a possibility that Christopher Bolas suggests in his recent and wonderful book, Essential Aloneness. Biopolitics operates in such a way as to limit the use that subjects can make of these instruments or dispositives. On this score, it would be productive to ask how processes of subjectification, the way individuals are constituted as particular subjects, works in tandem with Winnicott's understanding of relating. A second observation concerns another of Foucault's perspectives of power over life, and that's what he refers to as pastoral power, which came up yesterday in Frédéric's talk. This is, quote, and this is Foucault, this is, quote, the power of care. It looks after the flock, it looks after the individuals of the flock, it sees to it that the sheep do not suffer, it goes in search of those who have strayed off course, and it treats those that are injured, end quote. It is a kind of power that a shepherd or pastor employs to care for his sheep, and its relation to Christianity is obvious. Pastoral power suggests something akin to an environment dedicated less to facilitating use and more to maintaining relating as its primary operation. One is in relation to the pastorate. I am cared for. I am protected. Superimposing these lines onto contemporary subjectivity, we would have an answer to the perceived contemporary malaise surrounding liberal democracy. Shifting from relating to using would require seeing democracy first as part of a shared reality, democracy and its machinery in Winnicott's words, as opposed to biopolitics and dispositives, and that let's call them democratic objects, enjoy an independent existence apart from how I relate to them. They're not simply screens on which to project fantasies of omnipotence. Democracy must be used, because if one does not, then the demos will no longer be in good health, or if we prefer to avoid the medical metaphor, will no longer be in a state of good repair. At the same time, I want to suggest something else that may seem paradoxical. If democracy is perceived as weak, then it's because the machinery of democracy is not real enough, that many of us only relate to them while failing to use it. The question becomes, what conditions are needed for democracy and its objects to be discovered as real? Here, reports of democracy's fragility and weakness may well be contributing to the problem. We do not encounter them as real, independent entities capable of surviving attempts to destroy them. In a context of democracy's crisis and even sunset, the Winnicottian division between relating and using suggests an opportunity to rethink the conditions under which democracy, and not merely liberal democracy, by the way, can respond to biopolitics. To be clear, I am in no way arguing that every dispositif or machinery needs to be used and not destroyed. Nor am I saying that to use means accepting them meekly as they are. What I am saying is that in a context of increasing biopower and pastoral power, our frustrations with democratic institutions and democracy, they need to be acknowledged. But I would go further. In elaborating the distinction between use and relation, we might discover that one important use is to remind us that relating to democracy as an ideal, as a solution, as a sham, is part of the problem. And that is, its primary use today will be pedagogical in reminding us of the dangers of merely relating to it. We might choose to call this ethos strategic activism, or a form of salvage, in the way that Walter Benjamin speaks about salvage, in which we do not mourn the decline of liberal democracy, nor applaud it, but use the moment to salvage what is worth preserving. The question then becomes how to work with what survives destruction. Thank you.
Thank you. We can now move to questions from all of you or comments on the ideas presented in these two very fascinating papers. Yes. Oh.
Okay. Should I? Okay. Sorry, I'll go first. Didier, I have a question regarding the Israeli state as an exception. And I'm divided after your talk. On the one hand, your incredible presentation of both the horror and the injustice of the destruction in Gaza seems to me to present Israel as an exception, or present the horrors in Gaza as an exception. And I think that's politically powerful. On the other hand, I wonder of the political efficacy of regarding Israel today not as an exception. I mean, on the one hand, Israel itself, I think, is undermining its long-term status as an exception. Since the Nakba, it's had a certain moral authority, which has gotten reinforced at different points in the history, the '67 war, the massacre at the Olympics in '73, et cetera. But I think that in the last decade, and especially since October 7th, the moral authority of Israel has been completely undermined by the Israeli state itself. And so in some ways, it's made itself no longer an exception in that regard, or at least it's tending in that way. But also we could regard Israel and even the massacre in Gaza as not an exception, in line with other, let's call them rogue states, Rwanda in 1994, the Guatemalan government's genocide of indigenous populations. And so I guess I'm wondering whether, maybe the question is whether it's more politically efficacious to present as an exception and therefore underline the horrors of what it's conducting right now, or to recognize it as not an exception and really part of a pantheon of rogue state is not the good term anymore. I just like the irony of using it in this case, but of a homicidal, genocidal state. So I'm thinking about, maybe it's really not a question about which is more accurate, which is more politically efficacious in this moment, or perhaps there's a way of combining the two. The exceptionality of what it's doing in Gaza and the recognition that it's in line with and not exceptional, and in fact not exceptional anymore as a state.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. For me, what is exceptional is not the state of Israel and the action that they've been doing. You described you gave other examples, and you gave examples of genocide, in fact, significantly. What I think is exceptional is the relation of the rest of the world, in particular, the Western world, toward Israel. So the level of violence in Israel has probably become what it has been, and what I very succinctly describe, because of the leeway that was and the support that was given to the state of Israel, but in doing so, but I know that was not your point, but I know because it's a legitimate argument that is that is often used toward people who are reflecting on the situation in Gaza and analyzing, as I do, what's going on. The criticism is that there are other tragic situations in the world and with many more victims, including whether it's in Sudan, recently in Ethiopia, or for the past 20 to 25 years in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And this is something I take seriously, and I've been engaged in some of these situations personally. But in none of these cases, there's a massive support of Western countries. And this is where it becomes an exception, which is very problematic, because as one of my friend and colleague, who is an Israeli Jewish legal scholar, wrote, why should the Palestinians pay for the 1,000 years of persecutions of the Jews by the Europeans? And of course, this is where something exceptional is at stake, but certainly not the level of violence. And of course, here I speak about Gaza because that's what I've been working on, but it's not taking it as an exception, except from the side of the subtitle of my book, which is on the consent to the destruction of Gaza. But thank you.
Thank you. Professor Campbell, I will refer to Abraham Lincoln's definition of democracy, the government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Yes.
And I have a twofold question. How many of the 200 countries and 8 billion inhabitants of Earth enjoy this form of democracy? And second question, is democracy
said, it's on the downswing, certainly in my native country. But I would say something else, and I hope this can come across in the paper. I think it's important to make a distinction between liberal democracy and democracy, and maybe in the way that you're referring to it. So liberal democracy is certainly on the downswing. And my own way of relating to that is as I think I mentioned, is not to applaud it or to feel melancholy about it. I think there's an invitation to think, okay, so how is it that we find ourselves in this particular moment? That's sort of the first kind of approach to your question. The other is that it really does come out of, these questions come out of interactions with students. And I think one of the things that is so useful right now is speaking to my students. What do they like democracy? Do they care about democracy? Where does it figure in to their daily engagements with each other or with the university? And I think from my admittedly limited, these limited engagements, I think that it's not obvious that they like it. That requires a response. And I think that was the basis for my reflection today. Thanks.
Panagiotis? Okay.
Okay.
Can you? Okay, Frederick.
Okay, so this is a question for Tim. I was interested by your use of the distinction made by Winnicott between object relation and object use as a way to think a more real democracy. And I wanted to know how far it could relate to the debate on immunity, which is central to the definition of biopolitics, since you translated Roberto Esposito, who thought about that.
You're catching me out a bit. Immunity, immunity it appears in sort of my thinking in terms of there's a constitutive relation in something like an immunodemocracy to immunity. So I understand where you're sort of suggesting some connections. So one way to see this might be that in a way that an isolate subject relates to an object, was there a way to think that in an immunological or an immunitarian horizon, as opposed to a more communal, let's say, relation that would involve use? I think that's really helpful. I don't know. I guess I'm less convinced right now of the price that comes with putting it into these categories, because already to make it communal and immunal returns you to a biopolitical paradigm. I'm attempting to kind of hold relation and use apart for as long as possible, and maybe sort of wonder what are other concepts that might be available that get us to this other way of structuring life that isn't biopolitical. It's a project. It's really at its beginnings, but but yes, clearly there's something in a liberal democracy. The immunitarian paradigm is absolutely fundamental, and yet I wonder if in searching for these other spaces of democratic engagement, of finding democratic objects, it becomes possible to avoid the same kind of distinctions that have been plaguing, but have been featured maybe in biopolitical reflection. Thanks, Freddie.
Question for Didier. As you described in your enormously powerful talk, you described the sufferings of the Palestinians at the hands of the Israelis. And it brought me back to the great struggle of my youth when the Vietnam War was underway. And I wonder about this comparison of the Vietnam War with what's happening in Gaza. And what hit me is at a certain point in the war, fairly early on, I believe, there was a change of tactics. The United States government decided that the civilian population was actually the enemy because the enemy was interwoven within the villages, and they turned their military might on them. The numbers of Vietnamese who died, I think, is far greater, just in terms of numbers, than the number of Gazans. And the United States persisted in this year after year after year until we lost the war. And in terms of the acceptance of the United States in the international order, well, that was, I mean, there were complaints, there were politicians in various places would take exception to what America was doing, but we didn't lose our standing as as the central figure within the Western alliance of states. So how much of what your analysis of the Gaza war would apply in retrospectively to the American intervention in Vietnam? Differences and similarities.
Thank you. So I've not worked on the Vietnam War. In fact, in the case of Gaza, there was no shift. It was from the 8th of October 2023. It was said that the whole population was responsible. That was a declaration by the president of the state of Israel, who said the whole nation is accountable and should be broken. And you have a series of quotations by military leaders and political leaders who affirmed that. So that makes a difference, since it has been retaken also by the military, who have used it in their everyday comments on the war. It has been used, as you know, by many in the Israeli society. So there's one, I think, interesting. Certainly several interesting points in what you say, but one that strikes me, which is the demonization of an enemy. Because in the case of Gaza, as in other situations, it's not just the support to the state of Israel, it's also the demonization of its enemy, that is the Palestinian. And you're right in the fact that, in a way, structurally, the communists during the Cold War could, in a certain way, have a structural position comparable to the Palestinian, in a time where they embody the combination of anti-Arab racism, anti-Muslim discrimination, although not all of them are Muslim, and association with terrorism. And these are elements that have been extremely prevalent in the contemporary world, especially since 2001, of course, but even before, in the case of the Palestinians, due to their past. So structurally, we are, I think, in a time when there a demonization of enemies and the formation of camps that can have and so in this sense there's certainly a parallel to be made.
I have a question that arises in my mind in part in response to Daniel's question. you show the different uses of the words horrific and slaughter. And one question that keeps coming to my mind, and perhaps retroactively I would begin to ask it of Vietnam, where I think 55,000 Americans were killed, and closer to, is it 5 million Vietnamese were killed? But if you look at the media, not just the ones who aren't covering it, like New York Times and Washington Post, but even those that are, like Boston Review, New York Magazine, Haaretz, Guardian, the word war is used. And yet all theories on war, at least all the ones I've read, but including centrally Clausewitz, it depends on a reciprocal act of injuring, which doesn't seem descriptive in any way. And I just wonder about the deformation that happens by the use of that word.
Yeah, I think you're right. And at the beginning of my talk, I mentioned this poet, Palestinian poet, who says, "This is not a word. This is not a war," but she doesn't find a word to replace what it is. And I know. So I think the question of the words that are being used has been so crucial. And when I was listening to you yesterday about disinformation, I'm struck by the fact that we're in a moment when the comfortable division of intellectual or cognitive labor of disinformation was clear. That is, you had the social media, you had the Russians, you had the North Koreans, you had the Islamists. All those were those producing the disinformation. And suddenly you realize that the media you trust the most usually have turned into disinforming you. And I've worked, and I want to publish something on the words that are used, and so in particular, for example, the one expression which is used by all media, including Haaretz or Guardian or the Le Monde, New York Times, it's the Israel-Hamas war. So first of all, it's not against Hamas, it's against Palestine and Palestinians, in particular in Gaza, but not only. But second, and I have not sufficiently reflected on that, but it's true that it's not a typical war. It's because you have no weapons on one side, or very, very little weapons, and you have all weapons sent by Western countries to destroy and massacre, and this makes it a very specific also situation for which, of course, we know that some names are now advanced. In particular, the names of genocide and ethnic cleansing as a form of genocide as well. It had been advanced by United Nations agencies, by several international non-governmental organizations, by experts and some of our colleagues in Israeli Jews in the United States or in Israel. So we're in this moment in which the choice of words is very important. But if you want to be neutral and not neutral, but to avoid precisely and speak about events, you're immediately attacked, of course. But I think it's always the most interesting when words are not taken for granted, but when we're reminded that words are to be discussed and criticized also.
Do you still have a question, Panagiotis?
Yes, thanks, dear, for your paper. Perhaps a not counter-argument, but a comment from a different perspective on what you presented would be that in your presentation, you ignored what perhaps others might perceive as the complexity of the whole issue, which involves also the fact that on the part of Israel or Israelis, they sense, they feel that they find themselves in a continuous or persistent state of existential liminality, as it were, due mainly to, terrorist acts, etc., against the state of Israel. How would you comment on that?
Yeah, I know that this is a rhetoric that has been used a lot, and it is not just a rhetoric, it is something that is lived by many Israelis, and of course even more so after the 7th of October, even though their military leaders, the head of the intelligence services, have repeated again and again that there was absolutely no existential danger on the existence of the state of Israel, and of course I'm happy about that. But we know that subjectivity, especially when it is instrumentalized, but it is already subjectivity. I'm not saying that it is only instrumentalization, but it is instrumentalized also. So the feeling of insecurity and risk of disappearance is something that that is very that is very deep and must be taken into account. Now, we know that there are the subjectivity and there's the objective facts, and we know that the objective facts is that what is today at risk of disappearance is Palestine. And it is not just because of the entire destruction and plans of ethnic cleansing of which is supported by more than 80% of the population in Israel in recent polls. But so it's not only that, or the increasing occupation in Jerusalem, in East Jerusalem, and the West Bank. But it is also that it is the plan that has been defined in 1977 by in the Likud platform, and the Likud has been in power almost all the time since 2000. And so, the platform has these very explicit words that the goal is the sovereignty of Israel on Palestine from the river to the sea. And this is where we see the importance of of mastering the language, because any criticism you hear about the expression from the river to the sea, which I would never make mine on any side, but all the criticism of this expression go to so-called pro-Palestinians, and it never goes to what is the actual policy of the state of Israel. So again, I think there's we always should take seriously the subjective, the way people experience and live a given situation, because it has consequences, and it's true in our countries as well. You know, I had decided from the beginning when I was invited, and I take this opportunity to thank you, Professor Hoylos. I had decided from the start that I would do something on the inequality of life and the relation to democracy, except that I was, in my mind, I was going to do something on migration and the way migrants are treated in Europe, since it is something on which I worked in the past 5 years. And when the time came to prepare this talk, I thought something even more urgent and perhaps more meaningful in terms of showing the complexity of inequality of lives and showing I hope that I show some dimensions that are usually not presented by epidemiologists, demographers, sociologists, which is purely quantitative, and I try to show something else, which I hope can be used in other cases. But yeah, I think today there's one one population that is at risk of not only not having a state, but not having an existence, which is, and I'm not talking about full extermination, that's not my talk, but about its existence as a people and as and potentially as a state. So, thank you.
Are there other questions?
Yes. Just one last question, if possible. Yes?
Yes.
First of all, congratulations to both speakers. What I would like to ask, because it's something I have a question regarding the fact that the academia, the journalism, and the West in general have never seen or examined the bioethics and regarding the democracy in the Palestinian state, meaning that the effect that from 2006 Hamas in Gaza have never taken any actions of elections or anything, and what would the implications be in the fact that we see all this happening truly and these atrocities happening, but on the one side you have democratic states, and usually on the other side you don't have democracy. You don't have the political state of a democratic operation in that state, usually having the effects on them. We have seen that in Vietnam, that was recently stated. We see now in Palestine. We see the fact that the West is supporting Israel being a democratic state on one hand, but I have never seen any examination or what would the effect has been so far through the years of not having a democratic state on the other side. Thank you.
So there's a literature on Hamas that is a very serious historical, anthropological, and political examination of what Hamas is, how it has evolved in time. It has been written by Western scholars as well as Palestinian scholars, and it is not laudative or but trying to do the kind of exercise that that is necessary to study any political group. So I invite you to read these books to have a better idea of what Hamas is. And but you're right that except that I would add one thing is that you have two undemocratic states that are one against the other, and Israel now, I think there are very few, even Israelis, even supportive of the war today. that would consider Israel as being democratic. So unfortunately, we have something that has been even worsened by the last 20 months of war in terms of the de-democratization of the state of Israel. And of course, neither the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank nor the Hamas in Gaza have acted in a democratic way. And that's why I think those who today, including in my country, including at the highest level of the state, pose condition on the recognition of the state of Israel, for me, is the state of Palestine. For me, it's the repetition of the same story ever and ever, where the Palestinians are not associated with their future. And that has been the case since 1917, the Balfour Declaration. And it would be important, just like the Israelis have been in charge of making their own state and their own society, for better and for worse, to do the same thing with the Palestinian.
Well, thank you both for two wonderful presentations. There's a public medicine physician at Cornell Medical who makes the distinction between narrative compassion, which we're not great at, but at least we're pretty good, and statistical compassion, which we're terrible at. And I think both these talks help us to bring together both narrative compassion and statistical compassion.
Thank you. A logistical detail. There's going to be a break of around 10 minutes, okay? And we should reconvene in 10 minutes for the roundtable discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin.
Okay, as I'm sure you have noticed, we're behind schedule, so we should be starting with the last part of the third Delphi dialogues, the round table. Okay, dialogue is, of course, as well known, not about parallel monologues, but about debate. So the floor is open to all of you for questions, to the speakers mainly. But I would like first to ask Ambassador Kriakoukis, Professor Goffas and Professor Karasmanis, who did not present at the conference, if they wish to make a few comments pertaining to the topic. And then I'll ask all the participants, all the speakers, a couple of questions, and then the floor will be open to all of you. So you don't have...
First, there is one. You start. You start.
Okay. Thanks to everybody for joining us these last 2 days. The European Cultural Center of Delphi has, since its very inception, stood as a beacon of culture and reflection, with a focus always on humanity and democracy. So the last few days, thanks to our distinguished speakers and a wonderful and a very engaging audience, we have addressed a number of issues pertaining to the questions of biopolitics and bioethics, both of which re-emerge with particular urgency. And as we move now together to this final roundtable, where we always hope for a wrap-up, but there can hardly ever be a wrap-up to such pressing issues, I want to invite us, everybody, to reflect on a very central question that has been discussed during the course of these 2 days. And the question is, how can democracy remain ethically grounded, inclusive, and resilient in an era where the management of life itself has become an object of power? Vasily, do you want to go next with a question? Or?
Okay. Thank you. I'm Karasmanis, Professor of Philosophy.
A former director.
Former director of the center, yes. I would say some comments and some questions of all this discussion I had. First of all, democracy after Enlightenment in Europe had, since the beginning, a tension between equality and freedom. And we see in the liberal democracies, freedom prevailed, but suppressed equality. The new ideas of socialism did the opposite. They put in front the idea of equality and suppressed freedom. There is such a tension continuously until now. The strange thing is that we don't found these tensions is also in ancient democracy. So we found Plato to be in favor of meritocracy, an extreme meritocracy, and not equality in politics. So in ancient democracy, we found two ideologies that is politics an art or not? If politics is an art, so someone must know very well this art, and only the people who have the rights or the knowledge of this are able to be involved in politics and in government. If politics is not an art, then it goes to everybody, and that is the myth of Protagoras says. But equality and freedom go together. So in the vocabulary, the political vocabulary of the ancients, we have the words isonomia, equality under the law, isigoria, equality to speak, not to speak in the cafe, but in politics, in meetings, isokratia, which means equality in power, who participate in power, and there's another term, isomeria, which is economical and not so many times, but not so much as the other terms, to have equal economical rights and fortune. Today, the democracy in antiquity is political democracy. The democracy in modern days is becoming gradually economical democracy. The homo politicus is becoming now homo economicus. That's a great problem, a great difference. And I want to close with an observation of Aristotle that I'd like to say about it. Aristotle in his Politics says that if we want to have democracy or a participating system, political democracy, we need free time because we all participate. Ancient democracy is not like the modern democracy. We vote every 5 or 4 years and that's all. We need free time. In order to have free time, we need some other people to work for us. So, in order to have this presupposition, there are two possibilities, say Aristotle, not one. That's the greatness of Aristotle. One possibility, to have slaves. So slavery is necessary for democracy, remind that in antiquity. Or, but Aristotle, here we see the great mind of Aristotle, or if it was ever possible to have automatic machines to work for us, and in this case, we can abolish slavery. Now we have these machines. We have automatic machines. Tomorrow, even today, we shall have robots to do all the work for us. We shall have artificial intelligence to do the other work, not the manual. So what remains what Aristotle said, our political participation. Is it possible for our society to do that? That's the main question, I think, for us. Thank you.
Ambassador Krikouikis, some comments.
what the former president said about Homo politicus and Homo economicus. That's something I experienced a lot in my life, my professional life, because the spirit of the 70s and the 80s and afterwards was totally different. It was, first of all, that we had the question of sustainable development. During my first period, my first professional period, you know, it was really the main target. It was to have sustainable development, which was the part of the Homo politicus. United States that said always, have democracy, progress on democracy, and then we are going to give you the money. Then another period came, and people asked for sustained development. Give us the money in order to proceed, and that's a big question. But democracy always remains democracy. We know what it is about. It's the least evil of all political systems, but we have to take care of it. It's a tree which needs care. And I think what Professor Campbell just said, that people maybe are not interested. Is it our fault? Is it that we didn't care very much of this tree? That's the question. What I have to say is that within the Delphi dialogues, I hope we have democracy in this family. And we have the expression of positions and the counterpart being the permanent rule in the Delphi dialogues. And I became very much a fan of the Delphi dialogues for two reasons. First of all, because of the level of the speakers, the variety of really what is expressed within this forum. And the second is very personal. It's that last year we had more humanity and the future of humanity in comparison to what's going on in artificial intelligence. This year we had the human being, life, and its projection into the future. And what's really, for me personally, the gain, that after the last year's Delphi dialogues, and dear Pascal was here, I read the books of the people who spoke. And that was, as, for example, it was How We Became Posthuman by Catherine Haynes, which provoked me some nightmares, and also The Fourth Revolution of Luciano Floridi. I'm not talking about you, you are here. And I think that's a wonderful input, is to give this push to the people to examine more things going on. And I think that it's a success. Now, the period we live is a very tricky one. There is a lot of pessimism of what's going on, expressed by many of the people here, the eminent professors who really express themselves. But we have, it's true, a somehow darker period. I remember the French author Marguerite Yourcenar, who wrote two marvelous books, many others, The Hadrian Memories and Zenon, or the work in black. At the end of the first book I mentioned, it was written, the important thing is to face death with open eyes. And this was exactly the positive moment of the Second World War, where the United Nations, the international institutions were created. But in the second book, Zenon had a dilemma: betray his work or being executed in the fire. We're talking about the Reformation now. And it's the dark side. Why? Because it has been written not in the 50s, but in the end of the 60s, where the difference between evil and good was much more vague after Afghanistan, with Vietnam, with everything. And I think that really we always witness the lower path of the wave or the higher one. Maybe we are today in a low. And it's up to us, I think, to reverse the situation. And I think that without making a compliment, that thanks to all of you, we fulfill this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Kirkoukis, for this extremely interesting comments. Now, I'll pose a few questions to all of you, and please feel free to respond to them or to the comments from our three distinguished participants at the round table. And since we do have democracy in Greece, and since Delphi is the cradle of democracy, and democracy, as has been obvious throughout this Delphi dialogues and the previous two, is a fundamental value utterly espoused also by our sponsor, Eurolife, who leaves us absolutely free to choose all the topics, etc. So don't feel that you need to respond to any of these comments or questions. It's entirely up to you. Yes? Yeah, sure. Oh, sorry. I thought that you are still a participant in the Delphi dialogues. Yes.
No, since you invited me to join the roundtable, I thought I might say a few words first to thank you all. Also speaking in my quality of, so I'm in charge of the seminar, and the seminar this year is on cosmopolitanism. And they are with very brilliant students and young
And the Delphi Academy say that this is the Delphi Academy of European Studies.
So it's a 2-week seminar. It's on cosmopolitanism. And I want to say a few things about that, because about the horizon of the response that we might propose, in fact. And I'm trying to argue that a renewal of the cosmopolitical tradition might be a response. And because at least the way I see things here is that basically after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the supposed end of the Cold War, there was a kind of promise of the possibility of an international order, which was impossible given the division of the world during the Cold War. And as Michael Hart and Antonio Negri prophesized a long time ago, the way this was started made it very unlikely to happen. That is the idea of an international order that would be based on something, a word that might not have been mentioned, which is the word justice, some form of justice. So I think what we are witnessing here is the end of this sequence where we thought that there might have been some possibility of a kind of international order where the idea of justice and even the idea of international law, that is the idea that there might be, of course there are problems that will not be solvable, but the answer to this problem is the law, international law, some form of justice, whatever kind of justice you can imagine. And the law is one, and on the other side, it's mobilization, collective mobilization, social movements, basically. So on the top, the law. From below, participation. And but that supposes that the main players, the more powerful players of the world, do not undermine the possibility of an international order which leaves some room for the construction of a just order, of an order which is at least worked through by some idea of justice. And this is not the case. The United States being the most responsible player here, so it had made it just impossible. I think we must face it, right? So what's happening in Gaza and other places is just the end of this promise. And what we are also witnessing is that what's happening in international relations has consequences in domestic relations. So the de-democratization is underway, right? And they go probably together. So an answer to that is the recreation of, indeed, democracy. I don't think democracy is something that exists. I think democracy is a process. So if Timothy suggested that, if democracy doesn't extend itself, it regresses. And it has not extended itself. It has not extended itself because to extend itself means that the supposedly democratic communities realize that they exclude entities which are in fact part of their life. And so it's an extension of a form of citizenship. And the colonial order would have been something like that, but then we have faced the refusal to extend democracy. And that goes also, and that's what I would like to finish on, so we had this idea of global justice, which has failed, and it is our responsibility as citizens, in cosmopolitics there is the idea of citizens, it is our responsibility as citizens to force our governments, and we just can only do that by forcing them, to force our governments to actually return to some idea of justice. But global justice is not enough. One thing that has been completely taken away from the picture is the planetary dimension of what we're doing, because our liberties, our social rights are based on fossil fuels. And so that is also something that has been excluded from the scope of democratic actions and needs to be included. So it's not only global justice that we need, but planetary justice. Good luck.
Thank you, Patrice, for these extremely insightful comments. In fact, you have in part responded to one of my own questions that has to do with the responsibility. So my questions, I'm going to ask mainly the participants, but I mean the speakers, but also all the participants at the round table, a couple of questions, a few questions, which implicitly include also my own comments on the topic and what has been discussed. First, how would you interpret, if you agree, of course, with what I'm going to say, the emergence of what I prefer to call political neo-messianism today, that is, the emergence of autocratic, authoritarian regimes in until recently open democratic societies or societies aspiring to become democratic. This seems to be a new or rather renewed form of political theology. So if you yourselves as well detect this kind of emergence of neo-messianism, to what extent is this related to new biopolitical strategies? So this is my first question / comment. The second one has to do with the ways in which biopower is owned today. It seems that biopower today is served and exerted in different but complementary ways by both politicians and technoscientists. Do you agree? So if you agree, then do you think that this phenomenon involve any dangers for democratic institutions, human and civil rights? Now, concerning Dan's discussion of disinformation and his very interesting distinction between misinformation and disinformation, although I'm not a specialist, of course, in bioethics, I would say that sometimes the boundaries between those two categories are rather blurred or can be blurred. I would like to pose the following question. Hannah Arendt, as we all know, in her study on totalitarianism, speaks about the creation and the manipulation of myths, new myths, or the revival of older myths, as a strategic discursive practice of totalitarian regimes. Would you say that disinformation, and this question is not addressed only to Dan Winkler, to all of you, disinformation exemplifies this new emphasis on myth-making in our societies today? I'm especially interested in this question myself, since this is this constitutes an important part of my discussion of what I myself call neo-medieval meta-capitalism. So I would like to have your feedback if you, of course, you should feel free, as I said before, to answer or not. And then responsibility. And Patrice just referred to this responsibility of citizens in democratic and in other societies and polities. Is there any realistically effective political agency left in the hands of citizens? Let's focus on democratic societies, because when it comes to the so-called non-democratic societies, I think the response to this question is rather straightforward. So how could citizens have a say on political leaders' exception of biopower? And also, and I think this is, to my mind, an even more complicated and perhaps interesting question, if they could have any say not only on the exception of biopower, but on what I would call the teleology of the construction, the development of new biological strategies and mechanisms. So feel free, please, to comment on, to answer to any of those comments or questions. Technologically challenged.
Some very crucial questions. When I was young, we voted, many people voted for a party after reading their statutes. The same happened in England. I remember when I went for my PhD in Oxford, everybody, the Labour Party, Conservative Party, are the thesis of one, the other, the proposals. After that, it started the leader, to be the leader. Who is the leader, the problem? Now, all the problem is the leader of the party. In the American elections, everywhere in the election, people see the leader, does not read what happened, the positions, the thesis of the party, or the ideologies, anything. And in this way, they don't participate. in the common things. This is more with the new technology, with all this electronic Facebook. Someone says, I have some thousands followers. Followers for what? Or thousands friends in the Facebook. Totally silly things. There is no dialogue. There are no people going together. So we have a kind of messianism in this way. We vote for leaders and not for parties and ideas. The new techniques, the new electronical social media work towards this agenda direction. In the economy also, leadership in the business and this is very, very, and not all times was the work to be together. Now we speak about leaders in the economics. I know, but on the other hand, if the future of society, we have great problems. If we destroy the planet with the problems on the environment, we destroy humanity with a now new war. If we continue in this way, I remember Elon Musk said that democracy is freedom. And freedom is to do anybody, himself, to do what he wants. So, freedom and democracy for Elon Musk and Trump, of course, is to be able to increase inequalities
So I'm about to do something rude. I ask you for your forgiveness. I'm going to engage in the sin of family pride. So I'll explain. So where is democracy? I think I can say I have seen it. I've seen it just recently. If you're not an American, you may not have noticed this, but since the Trump victory, where it seemed that his group are totally dominant in every political realm, they've suffered exactly one major defeat. It happened that a very important race was held in the middle of the country, in the state of Wisconsin, with the state Supreme Court having elected judges, and that state Supreme Court makes a crucial decision about the shape of electoral districts. And the Republicans had bent them around into weird shapes so to guarantee that a Republican would win no matter how many people voted against them. So the election of this one judge would enable the people, if they organize themselves well enough, to challenge that terrible distortion of electoral politics and then take back power. And for that reason, Elon Musk, who you mentioned, came into the state. He announced that the future of the world depended on the outcome of what happened in this one race. And he added $26 million of his own to defeating the liberal candidate. He offered, he held lotteries and told people if they would sign a petition supporting his candidate, they could win $1 million. And he purported to give out a few $1 million checks. With that kind of, he also just completely bought up all the available airtime on television and so on. So with this onslaught, $26 million in a one state and just an obscure race for one judge, it was overwhelming. But what the Democrats did was to organize on the neighborhood level to get teams of fellow citizens, talk to them about what the issues were, and then get them to call all their friends and neighbors. And then when they did that, they would find that some people responded very strongly, and they'd say, would you please now start doing this with your friends and organize another team? And all over that state, they did this. And I saw this with my own eyes. The reason is that my son is the chairman of the Democratic Party of that state. And this is his specialty, is this kind of organizing. And I saw it happening. I saw rooms full, 40 people, 50 people from a small part of a city getting informational talks. Don't let them fool you. So much is at stake. What you do here will have a huge influence on not only the state, but on the nation and even the world, and got them all charged up. And in an army, they went out on election day, and they delivered an overwhelming victory for the candidate that Elon Musk spent $26 million to defeat. Now, if this isn't democracy, I don't know what it is. It was an exception. It's the only time that this has happened in the last sorrowful period in our history. But I think it was real democracy, which means it's still possible. It just takes an incredible amount of effort.
Thank you.
I guess this is somewhat a continuation. One of your questions was, what can normal citizens do in a time like this? And I'm fully endorse participating in electoral politics in whatever ways, but I'm also a firm believer of doing politics outside of existing established channels. And I think that often it's not recognized how much is actually going on. I often have friends who lament to me, but nobody's doing anything, nothing's going on, and I think that they're just not recognizing what things are happening. I mean, both I think it's important, the protests against one's own government's policies. I mean, the courageous students in the US who had encampments on their universities and were severely repressed is one example of that. Also in the US, the questions about migrants in Los Angeles and trying to protect migrants is another. But I would say also in the Mediterranean, there has a long established and continuing migrant rescue project of a civil fleet in the Mediterranean, and also migrant aid projects in Greece in particular, but also in Southern European countries. I think that, so in other words, it's not only a protest against what the injustices of one's own governments, which is certainly important, but also acting in ways that the governments won't. And creating alternatives. I don't pretend that any of these examples that I'm giving are going to substitute for the existing regimes or something like that. But I think that that kind of collective action outside of existing political channels is also important, and the kind of things that people can do. That's what I meant by it.
So I wanted to make one comment in this roundtable by returning to the discussion we had about the contrast between real and virtual democracy, with the role of social media in derealizing democracy in some way, disinformation, misinformation. I think one of the reasons why the question of biopolitics and democracy is so vivid today is the experience of COVID-19. So for almost 3 years, the whole globe has been going through this experience. And a lot of plot theory have developed about the fact that this virus was not real, that it was invented by governments to lock us down and sell vaccines. And so from my experience of working with virologists who had been warning about the emergence of this virus from China, I can say that this virus is real, that it came from bats. We don't know how it came from bats, but it has effects on the immune system. And so it was important to build vaccines. And it could have been a wonderful experience of sharing this virological knowledge during the pandemic. And for some reasons it failed. But I think that, to come back to Tim's point, when we want to discuss the distinction between immunitas and communitas, so immunity is something that the governments promote, and communitas, if I understand, is how we can build objects in common. So that's one way of sharing knowledge about viruses, for example, in common.
So I'll just start by answering in a way that is predictable, given one of the things I'm most concerned about, nuclear weapons, and then try and answer more generally. So in terms of the nuclear question, I think it absolutely, for me, has to start there because it's so obvious a moral wrong. And two, once you get people to agree to disarm, physically, it's easy compared to the other existential threats of global warming, where we may all want to roll it back, but it's not self-evident how to do it. It's going to take a lot of work to figure that out. And again, with AI, we're just in the beginning to try and find solutions to the real threats that are posed by that. But in nuclear weapons, yes, of course, there are great difficulties like how you store radioactive material. But on the other hand, it's been shown that in order to disassemble all the nuclear triggers in the world, well, to dismantle them in England, where there's just a fleet of 4 nuclear submarines, it would take between 2 to 4, to disassemble the triggers would take a matter of hours. To dismantle the submarines themselves would take 2 to 4 years. Okay, now that would take longer for vaster arsenals, but it is completely doable on the physical level. And much else that follows in terms of losing hold on what the truth is, losing our access to the metaphysical underpinnings of the world. That depends on not having such a large, egregious moral harm everywhere hanging over our heads. There was a moment when former Vice President of the United States, Cheney, was asked in an interview about the United States Abu Ghraib torture, the moral turpitude of Abu Ghraib. And he just said, don't you understand that the president has a nuclear football sitting by him 24/7, and you're talking about Abu Ghraib? I mean, so here, this most horrifying practice among our military people was waved away as minor compared to this standing arrangement. So that's just an example of the deterioration of the whole over how many foreign people our country injures this year or next year. We, again, just turn on the TV. But going to the larger question, I think that, you know, the question about myth you raise is made complicated by the fact that I'm not sure when you're talking about myth that you're talking about re-anchoring ourselves in metaphysically profound undercurrents of life and foundations, or whether you're talking about myth in Daniel's sense of disinformation. And the second. Okay, well, let me just then remind us of the Hannah Arendt essay on lying that was written in response to the Watergate scandals in the United States, in which she remarks on the fact that leaders, at least the American leaders she was looking at, are full of lies, full of untruths. And amazingly, she gives a unexpectedly generous explanation for that, which is that politicians are not here to describe reality as it is. They are here to bring about changes and to institute things in the world. And because of that, they feel they have no obligation to true sentences. And I just put that out there because now we're in a kind of spectacular era of daily lies from our daily untruths from our government. And I also have to say some real slippage with language by the Democrats, who will sometimes say Trump has said X when they are not actually giving the accurate context for what he said. And it's really crucial that you keep being exact and honest. And from there to, you know, much more serious misuses of language of the kind that Didier was talking about. But it just seems to me that, you know, getting hold of language, recognizing the importance of understanding what our terms mean and whether we're using them fairly across peoples and groups is crucial. And I'll just add one other thing. I think that there was an ethical exercise that Bertrand Russell used to recommend, which involved a rotation of nouns. He says as a daily practice, when you read the newspaper, you should take the name of any state and plug in 5 different names and keep seeing if your reactions are the same, depending on what state it is you're reading in that sentence. I think that is a practice that all of us need to perform daily.
Not really, but I'm happy to share some still unfocused thoughts. I guess I was taken with the first question about neo-messianism and political theology and how that one might sort of link that to your third question about Hannah Arendt and totalitarian regimes. I mean, I think this is right, that there's another account of myth-making in Ernst Cassirer where he's much less allergic. Sorry. Oh, is that the rain? Okay, sorry. I'll move closer. So do I need to rehearse what I just said? I'm interested in the first question and specifically thinking about that in relation to myth-making. So, and again, these are unfocused at this point. Hopefully they'll become more focused as I talk. Yes, there is the Arendtian piece, but there's also, I believe I'm getting this right on the Ernst Cassirer piece, which is that kind of myth-making is unavoidable in a political sphere. And I wonder if that isn't limiting some of the kinds of responses that one has to democracy under threat. It might be an interesting exercise to wonder what those myths might look like around, that those myths might lead one to adopt I don't know, in my own field, something like a Gramscian perspective on a political party, for instance. Gramsci reaching out to us from the grave. Wow.
This was Zeus responding to your comment.
Use another author.
Let's see if I use another.
The absolute sovereign.
Yes, there you are. That's funny. Where was I? No, so I understand the issue around this, but I think if indeed the threat is as pronounced as I think many of us think it is, I'm talking about democracy, liberal democracy, then I think it kind of behooves us to imagine other responses and what they might look like. And I think, I mean, there's a part of me, honestly, that thinks you have to fight fire with fire on some level. And I think that's not an invitation to lie. I'm not suggesting that at all. But if it is the case that politicians are lying all the time, then I think and given your first question precisely about messianism and political theology, what would that look like? The kind of thinking, a myth-making around democracy in a response to this moment that I was trying to describe, in which I personally think that we're witnessing it's the death of a certain kind of democracy, a liberal democracy.
So when I read the title of this event, Biopolitics and Democracy, makes me think how lively and relevant we continue to think of Michel Foucault's thinking for today, which is all the more remarkable since in the case of biopolitics, as you probably know, 2 years in a row, Michel Foucault said that he would dedicate his course at the Collège de France, his lectures, to biopolitics, and ended the year saying, I didn't do it this year, I will do it next year, and then the second year moved to a different topic. So, but that speaks to the originality and importance of the concept. But of course, as far as I know, he or guess he would not have necessarily connected it with democracy, which was not part of his vocabulary very much, but which shows that it can be interesting if we treat it in this way also. And we, I think the 2 days of this event show that there's a shared concern on different levels, which can be very typically political, sometimes more technological or other, a concern about the regression of democracy or democratic practices, which is not, and that has been said by Tim among others, which is not a way of saying that democracy is dead as something in the making, but precisely that the making at the moment is not what it should be. So I think this is remarkable that remarkable and at the same time not so surprising that we would share this idea. And in democracy, following on things that have been said at this table already, there are 2 elements for me that are of special relevance, among others. One is equality, and equality in lives. That is the equality in the way we treat lives, which reflect the quality, the values that we attach to all lives. And I gave one example in my talk, but as I said in the Q&A, I was initially thinking of speaking about migrants and the way the degradation, the deterioration that there has been over the past decades in the way we as Europeans are, and of course North American as well, but we as Europeans, especially I would say in this country, which has one of the most violent borders for migrants. I've spent 5 years interviewing dozens of them at the border between Italy and France. And the 2 places the 2 borders that are the most dangerous and painful in their memory is the one between Turkey and Greece and the one between Bosnia and Croatia. And so, but it is not, of course, only the way we border and violently border our territory, but it's also the way in which we externalize. And we know that the most violence today toward migrants is in Northern Africa and the Middle East, where the European Union is contracting, negotiating, financing police and military to control the borders, which has 2 effects. One is to make the lives of migrants sent back into the Sahara, for example, far from any place where they could have water or food, a common experience, but also reinforcing, strengthening authoritarian regimes in North Africa or the Middle East. So So this is a collective responsibility and that we have as Europeans, and of course that could be true of other parts of the world. At the same time, in the more optimistic side of things, what is remarkable when we do any kind of ethnography of borders is how many people in our countries, how many small organizations are defending another politics, showing defending the idea that another politics of life is possible. So this is something to remember because we only hear the voices almost of governments. We look at politics, at policies. We have less information about what's going on the ground. And second element, I said equality, and the other one, of course, is justice at an international level, as it was said before. And here we have this, I think, very interesting and painful paradox, which is at the very moment when international organizations, which have been criticized rightly so in the past, are really doing their work, reminding, and I'm talking about the Secretary General of the United Nations, I'm talking about the rapporteurs of the United Nations, I'm talking about WHO, UNICEF, UNRWA. They are doing what they should do, what they've been created for, but it's the moment when international law at the level of governments has been the most destroyed or disdained. And finally, I want to insist on one thing. Going back to Michel Foucault, there's one big absence in Michel Foucault's work. He speaks about the Western world, from antiquity to the present. And he does so in a very powerful way. But for lack of knowledge, he has not been involving the rest of the world. And I think, even if we look at the table here, we all come from here to be more attentive to the rest, as the expression goes, the West and the rest, the global South, as it is often called, which needs to be at the table as well, because the way things have been going on for a long time, but more specifically in the recent years, there has been a growing gap between rich countries and the rest of the world. And this is for the future of the planet, not only environmentally, but also politically and morally. It is a huge issue that we have to address collectively.
Many thanks. Did you have, James, would you like to say?
Two comments. One, the first concerning political messianism, which is here, there, and elsewhere these days, involves the emergence and coming to voice of leaders that Max Weber classically characterized as charismatic. I don't think anyone at this table probably thinks that Donald Trump is charismatic, but in fact his significant following does. So one needs to ask why, without calling such people stupid, as so many people do on the other side, or thinking from their gut instead of their head. I think we need to recognize that in general, taking a comparative point of view, that charismatic leaders arise among the dominated. And I think that it is entirely correct, social structurally speaking, to recognize that the vast majority of Trump's major supporters have experienced an increasing distance from the capacity to participate in government, thus an increasing sense of disenfranchisement. They have also been experiencing precisely the increasing gap between the rich and the poor and the restriction of their own possibilities of the cultivation of their individual lives. And without calling them reactionary, I would say that they represent a reaction. It is often articulately anti-government and anti-establishment that we need to take quite seriously before venturing at the macro scale to be able to that don't yet exist might have. Second, I want to follow Daniel's point. I think if one looks around the not planet, but in some measure, beyond the West as well as within it, one sees that at a certain scale, which is relatively small, one sees movements that are appropriately characterized as democratic. And some of these, such as the collectivist movements that have emerged in Greece, that emerged in Spain, and have emerged and have been sustained in both of these places, are an example of a particular kind of democracy. Whether to label it liberal or non-liberal, I'm not sure, but in the case I know best, the Spanish one, the decision-making process was governed by the insistence upon consensus, and consensual democracy is one modality of democracy. I think we perhaps also need to pay attention to democracy, not in the singular, but in the plural. There are democracies of various kinds, representative, pluralistic, direct, as in the polis, and ask questions about the scale at which such organizations of democratic participation are possible. I am a pessimist when it comes to the macro scalar these days. I don't see the trends that were unfolding long before the current president of the US came into office show any signs of reversal. But I am not so pessimistic looking below that macro scale toward the more local, the smaller scale. Because I told you I don't speculate, but because I actually see these kinds of movements, again, not merely in the West, not merely in Europe or in North America, that are cropping up everywhere. And they have different agendas, if you will. They have different party programs, but they do represent participatory collectives that are often taking quite oppositional stances toward the macro-structural. Do we have confidence that these kinds of organizations can be sustained over time? Because particularly when they are radically participatory, they have a very difficult time sustaining any kind of structural organization. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I do simply see the proliferation of them. And even for such a pessimist as I am, I'm a little hopeful.
Thanks, James. Now, I would like to invite the audience to ask the participants any questions they might want. Yes.
Hello. Naturally, democracy seems to monopolize today's thesis, but I want to add one aspect, bioart. I don't know whether you are familiar with bioart. There is an artist, for instance, Stellark, who implanted a third ear on his left arm so that through the internet they can watch his life. What is your opinion on bioart, which is a deconstruction of human beings, really? It's another way to see us, not human beings as parts and not as a whole. Thank you. And thank you for the wonderful speeches.
Maybe I can answer this question because I work with museums and I design exhibitions on epidemics and microbes, and so we hired a bioartist. And to come back to the remark made by Didier Fassin, bioart is not only a Western practice. There's bioartists in China, Indonesia, and so it's really interesting how they appropriate a knowledge that we think is Western, genetics, biotechnologies. I know, so it's bioart is a way to appropriate in one's body a knowledge that we think is Western, Eurocentric. That's the remark.
Okay, I mean, I'll just add to that, since I actually know a bio artist, that in the partitioning of the body, in treating the body as in parts and so on, in fragmenting the body, there is nothing new about bioart. It's been happening for tens of thousands of years. So in that respect, I don't see it as symptomatic of a transformation other than technologically. Its tools are new. Its motives and its manifestations, I think, are not so new. I mean, take something much more mundane in its way as tattooing. People are treating their bodies as parts, right? They're treating them as pallets. They're treating them as bodies, not persons. And trust me, I can speak anthropologically. Tattooing is very popular all around the world and has been, again, for 10,000 years at least. So I'm not going to be too worried about bioart, but simply as some kind of manifestation of a genuine breakdown of the integrity of the subject, but simply underscore again that really it's just its technological means that are novel.
Thank you. I know that Ambassador Covarrubias has a question.
Hello. Hello to everybody. I would like to, first of all, to thank you for the invitation to be here to listen and to learn, and also to share with you a concern which I think all of you shared, but we are privileged to be here today. Maybe the weather, I don't want to sound British, but the weather speaks for us and the gods. Because as we're here sharing a most important and necessary process, which is thinking and also questioning ourselves, we are also in the middle of the pending decision of a group in the States, which is the MAGA, divided whether or not to intervene in Iran. And all the world, in fact, not only us here, but all the world will suffer, or let's expect not, that decision. So in this sense, I would like to thank all of you, especially some of you, which addressed a very, in this moment, not so popular subject, which is the humanitarian side of biopolitics. And also very important because while we are waiting for these superstructural decisions, I think as human beings, and though I might sound emotional, but believe me, I am, but I am not in this. I am thinking of all those many peoples we've been addressed to before, like, for instance, the Vietnamese, the Palestinians nowadays, which might sound very, I would say, far away for some of us here. But I would like to comment to you that I, being Chilean, I would say we suffer because we are a land of immigration. And as a land of immigration and so far away, we have received nowadays the most important Palestinian community in the whole world, not direct in one wave, but it has amounted through history. And that's why I think we're here to reflect. The first wave was under a little bit before the fall of the Ottoman Empire. And then, of course, after 1948, don't ask me why, but the Palestinians, and we have like several villages, arrive in Chile. So we are, as a country and as a society, much concerned because of these unbelievable stories of the history. We have received, without asking, without knowing, one of the most important communities nowadays affected by this war, but it's a very, I mean, it's an asymmetric war, whatever it is, and not trying to defend Hamas at all. On the contrary, I would say that as a witness, because I was a witness of the Oslo process, and I'm speaking in another era nowadays, but everybody believe or try to strive for that and to find a solution. Of course, now we are 30 years later, and 30 years later, everybody has signed like a sort of death of the Oslo process. But I would like to ask, considering this high level of thinkers, philosophers, professors, to tell them, especially maybe Monsieur Fassin, to tell me, because I am only a geopolitical member of the society, which we try, like diplomats, always to try to land the plane and see not only the narratives, but try to find a solution. How, with your experience that you've been in Gaza and you've been following the things, and now it has gone also to West Bank, how do you see an outcome, if you see one? This is my question. If you see one, and also under or not under a kind of international order, I mean the international law, which has been quite ignored lately, but anyhow, we always arrive to a law, like the ancient Greeks mentioned, and Professor Karmanis reminded us, there was isonomia. Always we need to be under the law, because there is a wildfire in human beings, which make us, without law, we are, I wouldn't say the jungle, because it would be maybe to insult the jungle and their order. There is an order in the jungle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just briefly, because
so briefly, I would say, like James earlier, that not good at prediction, but not considering prediction, but what's going on at the to be quick, but to be simple. but with the support, as we know, of several Arab countries and Eastern European countries and India and Argentina. So it's not, one should, but it is a discredit on some of this international law which had to do with humanitarianism, with human rights, with the law of war. And as you may know, I have written and I have worked also in the humanitarian organization, and I've tried to have a critical thinking about what we were doing and how the world was using humanitarianism sometimes instead of social justice, for instance, or using the power of the humanitarian to speak instead of the victims or the people that were. But I think we are in a moment when they have to be defended. These international law, humanitarian law, human rights, defended because they are so much under attack by those who have affirmed for decades that they were the beacons of these rights and have even waged wars in the name of the defense of these principles. And we see that today crumbling completely. So, and as those who are diplomats know better than I do, at the moment when there was the beginning of an inflection of the attitude towards what's going on in Gaza, that's the moment when very cleverly the Prime Minister of Israel decided to start a war against Iran, when even the top experts in the United States say there was absolutely no danger from Iran at the moment, which is so weakened for Israel. But that was a way to stop any discussion about Gaza and continue the expansion of the territory of Israel and the expulsion as much as possible of the Palestinians. So we are in a very tragic situation, and at the same time, we still treat it as something that is far away compared to Ukraine, which would be close to us, not understanding that at the moment, and probably for decades to come, this will be the heart of our moral and political issues in the future.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes left for, I think, perhaps 2 questions or comments. Ambassador Auer, do you have any comments or any question? Please. Yes.
I'm always very cautious, you know. Thank you, first of all, dear Panayotis and dear all, to have invited you, especially to Tassos, who is chasing me, whatever my schedule is. It's a great honor to be among so many, I would say, scholars, but also thinkers, because as you understand, we in the real life, we are struggling minute by minute, and we never have this good moment where we can reflect. Even if we speak about principles, I was even with the EDIS, so it's one of the think tankers, and all the ELIAMEP heads on the Wednesday night speaking about what we should do. For instance, this question raised among the political science professors was mainly on the lawyers. Do we have to invent a new concept of preventive war? Do we have to adapt, or do we have to repeat completely and always what our principles? And I fully agree that all our capacity has been turned into turmoil since the arrival of President Trump. And we try our best, to put some answers. For instance, is it the same situation than what we saw in 2003 with Iraq? No, it's not. Iran is not Iraq. And they are building the process, the United Nations is not AEI, etc. So thank you so much for the moment. Thank you for allowing me to take respiration in my work. I'm preparing European Summit, NATO Summit, and European Affairs Ministers, Foreign Affairs Ministers, and we are discussing now the 18th batch of sanctions against Russia. And it's about oil prices. And at the same moment, you give me the possibility to speak about Winnicott, Foucault, Collège de France anniversary, and this dialogue gives me a lot of hope. It is maybe stupid because all what you assess about the situation in the US, we don't see it in France. We see it with our glasses, which are, we are going on dialogue. We are going on trying our best again and again and again. At the end, what I must say is it was a very tough week for us, because we worked a lot in the Nice summit to put an international frame to protect the oceans. You know how it works in French diplomacy. You have to do this and this and this and this. We achieved between France and Greece a lot on BBNG, which is a new treaty, on Mercator, which is a new twinning of the ocean. So we were quite proud on Sunday, and on Monday we were desperate because we had to cancel a very long-lasting conference we were preparing in New York, and with Greek diplomats, which are part of the United Nations Security Council, and we had to say, okay, we have to stop, because now we have Iran, and we cannot have this conference. So thank you very much. It's not, I'm not giving answers to all what you discussed, but it was so useful for me. And also, the moment you talked about corruption, I understood it was you, Timothy. It was suddenly the Greek gods who told us, they are angry with us. So let's keep that in mind. We are humans, but we are under their control. In responsibility to find all what we talked about, justice, equality, and that all the human beings can be protected. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Auer, for this extremely insightful comments. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you with us today. We know how extremely busy your schedule is, but I also know how a great friend of Delphi and of the Delphi spirit you are. So we have time for a last question, and I think you, Toti, do you have a question? Yes. So Toti is a student who participates in this year's Delphi Academy of European Studies.
Okay, thank you so much, all of you. I get a little shy with introductions, but I'll try to go to the question itself and get fast because I think we're all hungry. But throughout all the entire talks, I've been thinking about this idea, especially, nuclear weapons and ecological collapse and artificial intelligence, of the Promethean gap. That is a term that Guter Anders came up, which is a fancy name to the difference between our material conditions of sustenance and destruction of life and our capacity to imagine them, to represent them. And it seems to me that all of you, in a way, touch upon that, upon how imagining these catastrophes have been evading us. And democracy itself, as based upon certain events, as based upon the idea of election or of the vote, being in a crisis of imagining this other time, which is a time of latency, the latency of a nuclear attack that may annihilate us before we can even recognize it, the latency of ecological crisis that, it's not something that happens here, but is constructing itself little by little, or even AI, which is itself built on latent spaces. So my question is, how can we think about not only democracy itself as an activity, but as a representation that can encompass these different scales of time and space, which seems to be the teleology of power and technology itself?
I mean, I think you identify the key problem, which is the difficulty of imagining other people, which is a constraint on everything that we do. And therefore, I think that we have to have practices where we imagine them and that other people. I earlier referred to the difference between statistical compassion and narrative compassion. And you need statistical compassion to understand other people. Like the populations of Iran that are now in incredible danger while we stand here and wait and passively to how they might be injured. I think that so there are two key things in trying to address the problem. There are many things, but two that come immediately to mind. And one of them is developing the capacity for symmetrical thinking. I mentioned earlier that I think the United States is just egregiously bad at this. It just lost the capacity to understand how something looks from the other side, or to, outrageously be speaking indignantly with moral indignation at the possibility that Iran will get a nuclear weapon, where we're sitting here. On one of our nuclear submarines alone contains the equivalent of 4,000 Hiroshimas. Each of our nuclear submarines has the ability to destroy a continent. Do the arithmetic. There are 7 continents on Earth. The United States has 14 Ohio-class submarines. So one of them is trying to call people out, call countries out if they aren't thinking symmetrically. That doesn't mean Iran should get a nuclear weapon. It means the United States should not have nuclear weapons. But the other thing is the question that was raised at the beginning of this session about the relation, I think, of equality and meritocracy. I think that that's one of the deep philosophic questions that we need to think about more clearly. Because on the one hand, as people who are intellectuals, academics, artists, athletes, we love excellence and outstanding merit, and we should love it because it benefits all of us. We all benefit from those who have singular capacities. And on the other hand, the distance between great merit and equality is tiny. Really, that phrase, narcissism of small difference, it's just, and of course, it's greatly exaggerated by the fact that once you have certain talents and you can magnify it with money, it begins to look like a huge difference. To me, a paradigm I think about a lot in my own life as someone who can't drive a car and lives in daily amazement that all the human beings around me can carry out this act, which involves truly great intellectual powers. You're assessing what's coming from this direction, getting this machine to go, taking small margins of difference, like the bus passing trucks on the road coming up here to Delphi. I'm not able to properly credit the computational brain power that's involved in driving a car. But if you think of another planet and you were told that they could hurtle themselves along at 50 or 60 or 80 miles an hour without hurting one another largely, you would say, my God, the whole planet must be geniuses. And I think we have to regard our fellow human beings as geniuses, even if they can't drive a car, But the fact that some of them have, that Achilles is the best runner and that someone else is the best dancer and someone else is the best computational computer scientist, those are wonderful, but they're tiny compared to the huge talent of all human beings And we have to recover that sense. And right now, I think there really is a lot ideologically made out of some difference between equality and merit that needs to be straightened out.
Thank you so much, Elaine. Thank you, everybody, for attending the third Delphi Dialogues. I'm grateful to all the speakers, those who are present and also the absent one. I'm also grateful to all the participants, the round table. I'm also especially grateful to our sponsor, Eurolife. And after this extremely rich, I would say unique feast for thought, we are ready eventually to indulge in consuming real food. This is a perfect time for Greek lunch. So thank you so much.